Vermont, and he may get stuck in traffic, so I'll start the procedure.
Roger that. We haven't quite started yet, though, Abby.
Okay.
Obviously, because you will be starting.
I see John. Can we hear him and can he hear us?
Johnny? John McLaughlin, can you hear us? I take that as a no.
I don't have him read on participants.
He is here, though. We can see the top of his head.
Yeah.
And you are expecting Stephen.
As far as I know, he's coming.
He's here, as far as I know.
There he is.
Ah!
Yeah, your name isn't up here unless you're be succinct.
That's a reminder, yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's
That
him
is
on his
you.
unicycle.
Yeah, that I recognize. The be succinct, not so much. I was wondering who that was. Okay. Do I change your name to be succinct, and is that spelled B or BEA? Or
I just went with the shortcut. But I'm still Stephen Welch for the minutes.
Yeah, so why don't we, is it 5? Oh, tell me when to start.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, are we live and everything?
We are not quite yet. Let's see. Oh, actually, we are live. So, Madam Vice Chair, you are good to go.
Okay. Welcome to the HTC, October 12th, 2021. So I'm reading this script. Members of the public wishing to participate in the meeting must use their full name, not their persona non grata name for the Zoom access. If full names are not used, people will not be allowed to participate in discussion. The town reserves the right to remove any member of the public from the meeting who doesn't use a full name and acts inappropriately. Confirming the member access. As a preliminary matter, this is Abigail Champ, Vice Chair. Permit me to confirm that all the members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. When I call your name, please say present. So I see Val.
Here.
Stephen.
Here.
Diane.
Here.
John. Johnny McLaughlin. Do I see Carrie Thornwell?
I'm here.
Hi, Carrie. And I see Jesse up there too. Cool.
Here.
Great, Jesse. Anybody else that I missed?
That's it.
That's it. Okay. And staff members. Kadeem.
Present.
Is Holly here?
Present.
Thank you. Any other staff that I don't know about that?
Esmeralda Martinez is here tonight.
Okay, Esmeralda is here. Okay.
She is.
Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. State each anticipated speakers to come. I don't know. Not going to do that. Introduction to remote meeting. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I guess it's afternoon. This open meeting of the HTC is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, HTC is convening by video conference via Zoom as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you. Take care not to screen share. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I, the vice chair, notes otherwise. Meeting business ground rules. We are now turning to the first item of the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. Please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation, take it outside. For items with the public, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment on those members of the public that have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by the chair. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by a roll call vote. So, do I have a motion?
Give the-
Okay,
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
thank you. So Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John, Carrie,
Sorry, I just had a computer snafu and the whole thing just flew all over the floor. So I just signed back in. What's the question?
are you in favor of the agenda?
Yes.
Yes. And Jesse?
Yes, aye.
Terrific. And, okay,
I make a motion to approve the consent with Val and Carrie with standing back.
so the consent is just that, could we scroll down just a? Okay,
We have Val
okay,
at Fort Dukes Road. And we have,
okay. Thanks, Diane.
20 okay,
Yes, thank you, Diane, for that motion. Carrie, are you in favor of the motion?
she can't do it.
Madam Vice Chair, Carrie can't because she has applications on the consent list. Carrie and Val are both recused from the consent
Me,
application.
you, and it's me, you, and Jess.
Okay, Stephen, are you in favor?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
I and myself, I am okay with that.
And me too.
And you too, appointee. Consent with conditions.
I think it's the
Val?
same thing
Yep.
with Carrie and Val having to step back.
Yes.
Can you make that motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent with conditions with Carrie and Val stepping back.
Okay, in favor of that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
I and myself, that passes.
Madam Vice Chair, the chairman has just entered the chat room. I think we call it that. The Zoom meeting. There we go.
Great.
He's slowly coming in, I should say, but I have open 20.
I'm here.
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, everybody. So, where are we?
We're on item number 1,
Item number 1.
yeah, after
consent?
consents.
After consent.
Yeah.
Okay,
So old business.
so old business. Okay, so, well, I'll just start writing down so Abby, you went through the whole drill, I'm sure, right?
Yeah, thoroughly.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so, item number 1 is
you have to
actually,
recuse.
Well, yeah, it's under old business, right?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
can't see it at the moment.
Yeah, okay. so-
Mr. Chair, it's 26 Easy Street, is item number 1 under old business. This is the amended agenda or what
Oh,
it was
no,
posted on.
okay, I'm at a severe handicap because I printed this agenda this morning based on what you sent me last week.
No, but this is the same one. This wasn't changed today.
No,
This is a-
no, I printed the one that you sent last week in Chicago, and now I'm in Vermont.
Oh, got it. Yeah, this is, oh yeah, this
So I
is,
have no idea what the agenda is.
let
Oh.
me show you.
Okay, so is it old business?
It is old business, 9/21/21, 26 Easy Street, mixed use structure with the agents being emeritus. You
Okay.
are on the application.
All right, good. So
Here's our board.
now I also don't know. I see Val, I see Abby.
Everyone is here. John is not. John
John
was.
is not.
Yeah, John is not here. He might come and go throughout the night. Jesse is here. Abby is here. Diane is here. Seth, oh, it's not Seth. Sorry, Stephen is here, and Val is here.
Perfect. Okay, so on this application,
I'm not on this one, Ray. I missed a meeting, so I got kicked off.
all right, so what I got is myself, John, who is not here, Diane, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And Carrie and Val.
Yep.
And do we have Matt?
I'm here, Mr. Chair. Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry for all the confusion. I like literally just got up here and unpacked everything. So,
Worries.
oh, okay. So why don't we start into it? I should just ask Matt, are you okay proceeding without John?
Mr. Chair, John actually did just enter the Zoom meeting again,
Okay.
but I'm not certain that he's really here though.
Well, let's give it a try. Hey, John. John, if you can hear me, unmute, make sure you're unmuted and just say something.
No luck, sir.
All right. I think we should just proceed in the interest of time.
Sure.
Well, Matt, how do you feel about that?
Is there somebody that will take his place or?
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
As
no.
alternates, none.
I think we go ahead just because I feel like we've kind of had a number of, we've punted a few times because there's been board members missing. And I think Billy's on the line too, who's,
We are perfectly fine with that, Mr. Chairman. Let's just move forward. If John.
All right. Yeah. I mean, because this seriously could go on forever.
Yeah.
Okay. So the board, myself, Diane, and unfortunately, you're going to have to keep going back to that. Or let me just write this down, Oliver. Coombs, Paul Coombs, Oliver Thornwell. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's probably best to go to sheet. Something here, A 2.1. Just to review the changes. Okay, I'm going to start in the south elevation. First of all, we had used that historic photos of the Easy Street Basin area and referenced the building actually that was a full three-story building with a belvedere or cupola, whatever you prefer to call it. And so we modeled it specifically on that. So this detail is literally the most accurate emulation, if you will, of that pre-existing building that's no longer there. Number two is we actually reduced the dormers. So previously we had two larger dormers on the south and the north elevation, and we actually reduced those to these smaller dormers. Again, that was based on feedback from the board after seeing those historic photos. Third, on the south elevation, you'll notice that we've significantly reduced the amount of fenestration on the second floor. Previously, we basically had essentially these kind of 5-bay scenario with each window doubled up. We've reduced that to just single windows. Bit of a shame because it's a beautiful view, but it was at the board's request. Switching over to the east elevation, The fenestration, we reduced the amount of fenestration on the second floor. We previously had double windows flanking that center area. We did reduce the deck per the board's request. And we also reduced, we had a kind of a crossbuck, not a crossbuck, but we had a bracket detail at the top of that post, which I think the board felt was just a little too busy. So really simplified the building. I think that the direction that the board had suggested was a good one based on those historic photos. I think this building looks like it definitely references buildings that were there historically. So with that, I look forward to comments from the board to not bear repeating some of the other changes that are on the other elevations. I think the most predominant elevations are the south and the east. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. How about you, Holly?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair. This did not go back to HSAB. However, obviously you've got comments from me. I appreciate the changes that were provided, specifically the separated dormers that reference the older structures that were down there with the historic photograph. The reduction in the windows on the south, it is still too tall. That cupola actually doesn't seem appropriate. It's kind of very narrow and modern. It could be a little more simpler with those historic photographs that were provided. The deck and balcony, appreciate the shingling. However, again, this is over a public sidewalk and still kind of inappropriate within the old historic district. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who would like to start?
I will.
Thanks, Val. Go ahead.
I appreciate a lot of the changes. Simplification is what I think I keep aiming for with these structures. I like that the dormers have been reduced in size to single. That's great. Less fenestration on the second floor. The overarching comment for me would be keep the cupola next the dormers, or keep the dormers next the cupola, and no balcony facing the water. And I know that's a beautiful view and all of that, but really and truly the buildings that are down the way before the Dreamland building have them, but I just am not sure that they are appropriate for Nantucket. It's too condo-ish. So with that said, that's my only comments.
Okay, thank you. Carrie, you ready?
I would go.
Sure.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Diane.
What is the height of the building?
I can say that, Mr. Chair. It is
34.5 feet high, Diane.
Okay.
34.6. Yep. Thank you.
It is, to me, still too tall, and the thing on the top makes it even taller, because that's another, what, 2 feet? And there's no reason. It's in an area where we've got the Pacific National.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, gee.
Yeah, John, I hear you now, but hang on. We continued this without you because we couldn't hear you. So go ahead, Diane.
It's taller than the Pacific Club, which is certainly a more historic building than this is. It's as high or higher than the Dreamland, which was a specific building that has been there and has not increased its height. I agree with Val as far as the balcony on the south side. It should not be there. Could I see this east elevation, please? I want to ask, on the second floor, you have 2 windows in the middle. What are they? That's a French door coming out to the balcony, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's just my iPad's a little
And
lazy.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just want to, this building is no way near the height of the Dreamland. And I think it's shorter than the Pacific Club as well. And we're also in the floodplain. So we're out of the, we're required to be raised, above the grade to some degree. So
Okay, thank you, Matt,
What-
for clarifying that. Yes.
What have you got for raising for the floodplain, Matt?
Mr. Chair, if I could through you. So Diane, we are raising the first floor elevation roughly 30, I think it's like 32 inches above the sidewalk. If you'll notice, there's a dashed blue line on the east elevation. That is actually the design datum that we actually have to design to. However, we felt that if we elevated this building to that level, it would just look completely out of place. It wouldn't be contextual at all. Would also be, just from a retail perspective, very challenging. So we're actually going through a fairly complex system that is code compliant, but it does require door and window dams, but all with the intent to have the building look as contextual as possible.
That's great. I was wondering what downtown is going to do. So that fits in. What I was saying on the Dreamland is that it's an existing building that has been
Mr.
there.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Hang on, you gotta, hold on. Diane has the chair right now. Go ahead, Diane.
I appreciate what else you have done. I would like to see it come down to 30 feet because I feel strongly that going up Main Street, this will be one of the first buildings they see that we should keep in our business of trying to keep the houses low going up Main Street. But I appreciate the dormers. I think with Val, it's a good thing to do one or the other, the dormer or the cupola. And I would like to see this perhaps go back to HASHAB before we do the final approval. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Val.
I went first, but
I
Oh,
think I'm going next.
yeah.
wait, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Carrie.
I agree with the others. I also really feel like those shed dormers on this south elevation, I think they should be little gable dormers. They seem too big to me. And I feel like they're really distracting for the nice simplicity of the lower two levels. The cupola is doing it also. I mean, you're really simplifying a lot, but we're still adding all these things to the roof that just are very distracting and make it seem way more massive than it should be. I also agree that second floor deck is not appropriate. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. Hey, Matt.
Yes.
So the
Mr.
blue
Chair.
line that I'm looking at right now,
Mhm.
the dash line, is that the floodplain?
It's a floodplain plus a foot, but yes.
Okay, so it's interesting because, that exemption from the 30-foot ridge height had to do with the fact that the floodplain was forcing everything up, but your floor level is still down. It's only 2 feet above grade, as far as I can tell from your dimension there.
Correct.
So it's weird because it means that you're not actually taking advantage of or you're not utilizing the exemption from the 30 feet in the way that it was intended.
Correct.
So what's happening is you're like using it for extra space, which is all fine. Nobody ever said like that if you were in a floodplain, that you could only use it to raise your floor up. So I understand the workaround. I'm okay actually with the height of the building, but it's interesting. I think there's a lot of focus and a lot of discussion on the third floor of this, including the cupola, because it seems to be kind of maxing out. And that historic photo that we looked at a while back, way back in the beginning, did have these very small gable, sort of punctuated gable dormers up in the third floor. So Val, were you the one that said it would be an either or for you? It's either cupola goes or the dormers go. I'm sort of feeling the same way. Like in this case, it would be the cupola. And then I like the idea of them being gable dormers. And frankly, with them being individual dormers as opposed to sort of triple and quadruple window dormers, you actually could do them as gables. So the work on the third floor of this, I think, just to sort of make it feel less top heavy visually would be, for me, the most important thing. So I'm going to leave it at that.
I have one other comment, Mr.
Yeah, go
Chair.
ahead. Go ahead, Val.
I'm looking at the plan in a bigger format in front of me. And I think what's also making it feel taller is that there's about 2 feet above the windows to the eave line. The second floor height, ceiling height is 9, which it doesn't have to be. And it looks like maybe there's a foot knee wall for the third floor. And I think those simple changes could also make it visually appear, more in scale or whatever, and not hurt the design either.
Yeah.
So could I make offer some suggestions, just so I'm sure, just want to try to wrap this up if we could. I just want to point out too, that floodplain, to your point, Mr. Chair, is, we theoretically could have a building that was, 36 feet tall or 37 or 38 if you really took advantage of it. That's clearly not what we want to do. So I just hope that we do get some acknowledgement and credit for taking this tact so that the building doesn't feel completely out of context.
I personally was not sort of saying, oh, look, you're getting away with something.
Gotcha.
But you are utilizing more floor space, whereas like if this were a residential building, you'd have to have that first floor hiked way up, and then you have a lot less usable floor space. You had a couple of other points, Matt.
I was just going to say, going to a gable dormers shouldn't be an issue whatsoever. That cupola is literally modeled on that historic photo. It's not the way that I would design it. Cupola, but it's like literally
There's no dormers on that building.
Right. Right. But it's also 4 stories, or three full stories. So a little bit of a trade-off. But the other thing I was going to say is that we can actually, I could lower the second floor ceiling height slightly. And then the other thing I could do, Val, because I think that's not an invalid point, is I could actually do a little bit of an overhang on the building, which would actually drop that eave line. So, because I do see what you're saying, there's like there's a few shingle courses above the head casing on the second floor. If we could actually shorten that gap. We do have a third floor program on this structure, although it's been ever decreasing, but we are trying to maintain some usable space up there because we are allowed to use it. So anyways, I think that if I was just going to say that if you go to gable dormers,
Matt,
yes.
I don't want to speak for Val, but like the overhang thing, I think that originally, if I'm not mistaken, you came in and this building was sort of a lot more ornamental.
Correct.
And I think it was the board's opinion that we wanted to really simplify it down to be more in line with those historic photos. So like an overhang might be leading you in the wrong direction is all I'm trying to say.
Which
depending on how it's rendered.
I totally agree with you. My thought was, because I have seen some historic photos where they have had, they're still very simple. The rake is very simple.
Okay.
But it is, so it could be a way to drop that eave.
Well,
I just want to be clear about what I can do, so when we come back, we're not so far, we're not that far apart.
Okay.
Can I make a motion to say that we submit the next drawings to Hashab and we hold for revisions?
Sounds good. Thank you for the motion, Diane. On that motion, Val.
Aye.
Harry.
Aye.
Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor as well. Hey, it's unfortunate that John seems to have been able to join us, but halfway through. So if you're really interested in a full board, Matt, you may want to see if he would read back in. So there's that. John, are you there? Can we hear you? Can you hear us? Can we hear you? Because I think I actually found the correct agenda. I was looking at the wrong page, I think. So now are we on to new business? Is that?
We
Yes.
are. We're now on to new business 9/28/21. First one being 4 Swain Street, Val's application.
Right. So the next four are Val, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Chair.
yeah, I think I'm pretty much up to date, but if I say something wrong, correct me.
I will, sir.
All right. So John, are you there? Painful. John, it doesn't look like you're muted, so I'm just going to continue. All right. So, Val, since you're off, your board is going to be Abby, Diane, myself, of course. So we're X, Val, we're X. So how about we go with Jesse and Stephen? Jesse, Stephen, are you both there?
Here, yeah.
All right, great. So let's move forward with 4 Swain Street window replacement.
Okay. This is pretty straightforward and actually, I looked at the map that's posted online for the HDC and it was an old map, not a new map. So I know now this area has been encompassed into the OHD.
Okay.
However, it's a straight window replacement with everything standing where it is in its size, except making them SDLs. The building was built in 1983. And recently, I know we've approved some structures, 8 Swain Street and 7 East Lincoln with SDL. So with that, I'll just leave it up to you guys.
Did you say 8 Swain Street?
Yeah,
In other words, right in the neighborhood.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, see what you
All
guys
right.
have to say.
So Holly.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This did get reviewed by HSAB. It's within HSAB's jurisdiction for review. Not, I believe, not in the old historic district's boundaries, right outside so I think there was a confusion on that end, but nonetheless, yes, this structure was built in 1983. It actually has an HDC survey, surprisingly. I thought that was pretty cool. And HSAB did prefer to see these be wood sash SDLs, actually. Wood would be more appropriate overall. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Why is the I understand the SDL TDL thing. Is it for like clad windows? Is that what it is?
It's Anderson.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Which Anderson's, I'm not really up on Anderson's these days. Are they all clad still?
I
Val?
think they have wood too.
Yeah, they have both.
They have both. Okay.
Yeah, they have
Thanks.
both.
All right, great. Thank you. Stephen, you wanted to start, seeing as
I would like to, Mr. Chair. I would like to suggest that this is approvable given the age of the structure. And more so if, as opposed to Anderson, or I'm sorry, the Harvey aluminum triple track storms on the front, they were to utilize the Anderson made storm windows, which are much like the Marvin and the others factory made OEM that look much more appealing and almost like a historic wood panel. So I think it's appropriate, subject to using Anderson integrated storm windows on the front of the structure. Thank you.
Nice idea, Stephen. Thank you. Jesse, how do you feel about it? You there, Mr. Dutra?
I'm here. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Stephen's suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. Diane.
Well, I would go along with that if the front elevation had the TDLs and the rest had the Anderson encompass storm windows. I think that it's just on the edge of our old historic district. Val thought it was in it. And I have been reading stuff about the vinyl windows that they deteriorate and discolor. I haven't seen any that do, but that's a spectrum that comes up. So I would go along with all the windows except on the front.
Okay, just to be clear, I don't think these are vinyl windows. Anderson did make vinyl windows and they may still, but I believe the proposal is for wood.
If it's for wood, then I'm all set.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby, I think you're muted,
sorry.
Abby. There you
Yeah,
go.
the dogs were barking.
Yeah.
The wood, is this the whole sash or is it the muntins, or where is the wood?
The whole thing.
The whole thing?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
You kind of can't have part of it as wood and the other part not. So it vinyl clad is actually wood, but they put this vinyl coating all over it. And that's the thing that Diane's talking about, deteriorates over the years,
okay.
which is very true. But I think that the proposal now is for wood windows, to be clear, simulated divided light as opposed to true divided light. And to Stephen's point, have those Anderson storms on there rather than the triple track storms that we all know and hate. So that's the story on that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there were different storms. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope they're simpler.
They
and
are.
what is the color of the trim and the sash?
White.
Okay, and so everything's white?
Yep, that's what's
Okay,
existing. Yeah.
Like the match existing, yeah.
I've just noticed some around town, sometimes they're simulated lights that have a gray to them. I don't know what they are, but they're really bad looking, and I'm happy if these are all white. I'm okay with it.
Okay, sounds good. Does somebody want to make a motion? That somebody probably being Stephen?
I will, Mr. Chair. So a
Thank
motion
you.
is to approve through staff Anderson Woodwright double hung windows with the front windows to have Anderson storms.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Stephen. On the motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Very good, Abby.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to travel along to 27 Pequot. And the board is going to morph a little bit. So we're going to, I should just ask, is John, are you there? Okay. So let's go Stephen and Carrie on this one.
Okay.
All right.
This is a house out in Surfside at 27 Pequot, was built in 1972. It's otherwise known as the pole house. The whole house is comprised of telephone poles. And you have looked at this before for a variety of other things over the years. These are two additions to either side of it that I think are in keeping with the overall schematic of the plan. I don't really know what style house this would be called. It's looks sort of like it would be in Tristram's Landing, but the long and the short of it is that the house as it exists is hard to see. So where the additions are going are even more obscured. So with that, I'll let you look at them and the pictures of the house and see what you think.
Hey, Val.
Yep.
Is the north the so-called front of the house?
Yes, that's what faces the road.
Okay.
And if you look in the photos provided, the picture at the top middle with the flag is what you see of this
Oh,
side.
yeah.
And then, yeah,
Okay,
this is from the rear, which can't be seen from a road, but that's from within the property.
all right. Do we want to see the other elevations?
Yeah. And it's on an angle to Pequot as well,
Yes,
just to note.
saw that.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
through you, Holly has been really good about pointing out missing historic information, and that has actually already been working. People have been putting information where they should, and I just want to say that Val provides really great photos every single time, and we are asking that people do that more often, and Val really does, a great job with that. So for anyone listening, if you could follow suit, that would be fantastic.
Well, thank you, Kadeem.
Well, thank you, Val. We really appreciate it.
I
well, Val in
particularly like the
particular,
additional layout work she did too.
Yeah,
These are very fancy.
Val is always the
PowerPoint.
first person to say, you didn't include photos. So they're super helpful. Okay, shall we get some opinions here?
I'll go.
Let's see, who said that?
Jerry.
Oh, go ahead, Carrie.
I think all the little pieces are totally in keeping with what's here. It's just extending it further to do a little bit more. And I think it's appropriate. And I think a lot of this won't even be seen, but I think it's a good project, Val.
Thank you.
Great.
I will go.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Diane.
I hope there's no more skylights.
Well, she's proposing 2 more.
You've already got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the house as it is. That would be 6 skylights all facing to the thing, the north addition. Which is the front door? The one you go up the steps to, Val, or the other one over?
Actually, Diane, you can't see the front door. You go up those steps and you turn right, and sandwiched between the pieces is the actual front door, which is a French door.
Yeah, I remember. I don't think you could see this house. So I would go. I would just hope that neither new skylight would be visible, because I don't think I've ever seen a house here with 6 skylights on the front. But I do like the little bits and pieces added. I think that's really good for out of Pequot. So my only thing is skylights enough. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby?
Yeah, I like the quirkiness, adding to the quirkiness. And I'm okay with the south and the north. There's one that keeps going by so fast, it's like a blur, but it has this funny, so it's the west and the east. The configuration of those 6 windows. What is the visibility of those?
I would say none.
Because of vegetation or?
Yeah. And the size of the lot. Yeah.
I see. Okay. I just think they're a bit odd, and I'm with Diane about the north side with the extra skylights. So that's what I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, largely not visible. And I agree with Commissioner Thornwell's comments otherwise.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. And I yeah, I'm fine with this. I know it's a lot of skylights, but the visibility, I think, really needs to be taken into consideration here. You know, I don't recall ever having gone by this house and said, oh my goodness, look at all those skylights. So I can't imagine that two more are going to change that view. So can somebody make a motion for me?
Approve is submitted.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. On that motion,
Can I
Diane.
just say that
Oh,
I might
yeah.
go along with it if we kept the screening. I think it's important.
Oh,
If we're
Subject to limited visibility.
there you go. So Stevens altered his motion to include subject to limited visibility. Is that all right for you?
Yeah, and it would stay in perpetuity.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Let's see, Diane.
Yep, yes.
Okay, she's in, and Carrie.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. All right, now the rotation goes to Carrie and Jesse on 11 Miller's Lane.
This I actually thought would have been a consent. It's just switching
You
the
should have just
position,
consented it, Val.
position of the pool in the pickleball court.
Ah. Say that again?
Yeah, the pickleball court and the pool are approved.
Yes.
What I'm asking to do is rotate the pool and swap out the position of the pickleball court in the back. So they're-
Swap it out. Well, where was it before?
Blow that up a little bit.
Kadeem?
Can you knock it up 3 clicks?
So we see where the proposed location is.
Okay, so the pool is simply rotated and the pickleball court is pushed back in the lot into that ear. Where
Okay,
it
so
was
did it used to
before.
be more by the cottage?
Yes.
Oh, all right. All right.
Just keeping you on your toes, guys.
Yeah, it would seem that way. Yep.
Can I get a site plan to see what's around
Do you mean a locus plan?
yes, locust?
There's
plan.
an aerial photo provided as well.
Yeah, either one. I just want to zoom in and see what's nearby the pickle court now that we know that they make a lot of noise.
Val, is it true that, yeah, so the 11, the blue trapezoid
Yeah.
there.
And it's
That's-
been subdivided.
Oh, it has.
Yeah,
okay.
and there is a lot of construction going on this street. So the aerial, unfortunately, and the locus are not quite exactly what's there at the moment, but that's what we have to give you.
Is it, can you sort of say where, is it on the corner of Little Eagle or?
Val, you'll have to point me out. I'm not sure where it is on this aerial here.
So it's the road that if you go out to the Nantucket Hotel by the airport, there's a dirt road that bisects between that and a garage. And you head
Yeah.
toward town. That's Miller's Lane. It's an unimproved road.
Okay.
The Glowacki family were recently each given a lot out here when their grandma died, and this is one of the lots that Greg got. And there's a house and a cottage built on it, which you can't see from the road, even from Miller's Lane. And as I said, both of those things were approved. This is just a different location for them. I'm sorry, I don't have the approved copy, but you can hold it and I can provide that.
I think we trust you. Anyway, Abby, was your question answered?
Mr. Chairman, here's the previous approval, actually. Sorry about that.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Val.
Alright, so
And
it
if
really
you
is
see,
moving.
there's a subdivided little lot A
Yes,
cut out of it. The pickleball court is in back of that dog leg where before it was between the house and the house and the cottage. The pool, both were. Now that's moved to the back and the pool is rotated.
Oh, okay, so this is what was, and you want to put it back in that little
Yeah,
greenery.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm fine with
Yeah.
this. Okay,
Okay.
that's better.
I think it's approvable. I don't think you see it. Miller Lane is very easy. There are all sorts of different buildings up there and houses that are tucked in. So I have no problem with it at all.
Okay, thanks. Well, let's see. Jesse?
I have no concerns.
All right,
Thank you.
all right. Carrie, anything?
No, except that the vegetation around the pickleball court, I think, is going to be important for the neighborhood for sound. So I would just say, have a caveat about keeping some screening, vegetated screening around the pickle court.
All right. Well, Carrie, do you want to make the motion? Somebody needs to.
Sure. Motion to approve with retaining vegetation surrounding the pickle court on the 3 sides to mitigate sound.
Sounds good. All right. On the motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Great. Abby.
Aye.
Carrie on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. All right. Now it's going to be Jesse. We are at 5 Goose Cove Way, solar panels, and this is going to be Jesse and Stephen.
Okay.
I just want you to know, I am applying for solar panels for somebody.
Oh, we noticed on the front of the building, wood cedar roof.
Mr. Chair, I do want to note that it was noted by staff as well.
Well, wait, I hope I was kidding. But the east elevation is the front, obviously.
Yep,
It's on the back. And
on the dormer.
The dormer on the back.
And then 2 little 1.5 story and 1 story segments of the rear.
So is this house built, Val?
Yes.
So do we have, I'm sure we have photos. There we go. Okay.
The roof is wood,
Yeah.
but it's the rear
Yeah.
of the structure.
Right. Okay. Who would
I'll
like
go.
this? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I've been out to this house a couple of times.
Good.
And it meets our, other than the roof color, it meets our guidelines. I think the mitigating factor is that 2. One is that the solar panels are all on the rear of the structure. Actually 3. The second is that on the taller mast, they're on the dormer roof, which is very shallow, which is what we encourage. So it's hard to see them, even though they're on the second floor of the rear. And 3 is that the other solar panels are on the secondary masses, again, on the rear of the structure. So I think that those mitigating factors compound to indicate that this is approvable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well said. Let's see, Jesse.
I think this is approvable. Thank you.
All right, good. Abby.
I was just curious, why not put all the solar panels on the south on that lower gable? And then you wouldn't have to worry about seeing them.
When you say on the south,
Yeah.
did you actually mean the south?
Yeah, see how there's one on the first floor and one on the second floor.
Oh, okay. You
Why
wanted them
not
all
just
to
put
be,
them all on all 4 panels on the lower, then you wouldn't even have to worry about it being seen on a wooden roof.
It doesn't look like they'd all fit, but.
Well, and I can answer that. That mast that you see, oh, I'm pointing with my thing and you can't see it. The
one that says
lower,
4 panels on the second floor there. Yeah.
right, that is she talking about the lower,
What
Little
Abby
shed
was
mass?
suggesting is taking the 4 panels that are on the second floor roof and moving them to be alongside of the 4 panels that are on the single story roof.
Well, let me look and see it on his plan. I don't believe that will fit.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, well, I don't know the size but it's just a consideration.
There's a page further down if you want to see the panel configuration.
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
Oh,
I gave
know
you a
what?
lot of information.
Hey, Val.
Yeah.
And actually, this comment is directed more to Abby than to Val. So the roof plane that you are expressing some concern about, that second floor one that has panels D1, D2, D3, and D4, is actually facing into a courtyard. So like the laws of perspective are going to have you not being able to see that because there's another single story mass in front of it. If you know what I'm saying. In other words, the elevation, it looks like you're looking right, you're taking sort of a bird's eye view and you're looking straight across
Right.
at the second floor. That's not really the way it's going to work. Like if you
Oh,
were
it's an
standing in,
interior. There's a cutout in between.
oh yeah, there's a courtyard in there.
That's 39 feet back from the front.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
Oh,
from,
I see it now. Yeah,
yeah.
got it. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't see that.
No, that's okay. That's fine. All right. So that was Abby. Diane.
No, I think that it's going to work out, and the gap between those two littler additions will be fine. And the only thing that doesn't follow our rules, the regulations sort of, is the color of the roof. But I don't think that will be noticeable where it is.
Okay. I think we have
Okay.
liftoff, folks. If somebody
Motion
would
to
like-
approve is submitted.
There we are. Stephen's made that motion. On the motion, Jesse.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. That was Goose Cove. Oh, so that was it for you, Val, for a little while.
now.
Anyway. Yeah, for now.
It's because
Uh,
all of mine got held.
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah,
I
welcome
haven't
back
been
from
here. You
vacation.
haven't missed me?
We've
I have.
I've missed you so badly. So-
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for numbers 5 and 6, well, for
Yes.
numbers 5, we do not have the applicant here. It is an as-built trash bin. There was a violation that was sent when Kathy was here, and I'm just not certain how you want to take care of that one. The applicant did
Well-
apply just as built. We do have comments from SAB. It could be something very simple. I wasn't comfortable putting it on consent, of course, because it was a violation. So it does have to come before the board.
Right, okay, so SAB, you meant Sconset Advisory.
Correct. And I have reached out to George. I'm surprised that he isn't here because he was very diligent about getting this application submitted, but we just haven't seen him in the meetings. It's been held a few times now.
Yeah. Well, let's give it a try.
Okay.
Yeah, let's give
Mr.
it a
Chair, I'm just going to step out for a moment.
Okay, Jesse, that's fine. But the rotation, I think, is going to be, unless we have John. Have you back, John? I see your head. Huh. Okay, so the rotation on this, in this case, is going to be Stephen and Kerry. So if we could proceed with this one. Oh, that's it?
That's it, Mr. Chair. This is not a
motion
violation
to
I wrote,
approve.
but
Mr.
I'm
Wait,
going to have Holly talk
Wait,
through this one here.
Hang on. Okay. Thank you, Val, for your zeal. But let's hang on 1 second and hear what Holly has to say.
thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is an as-built trash bin before you. I just wanted to give you
Yeah.
a little bit of context. This is
Yeah.
obviously on Broadway within
Right.
our historic part of Sconset. This house that it's attached to is built in 1750 by Benjamin Bunker, called Willow Harp. And Broadway and Sconset was once undoubtedly the most picturesque thoroughfare in the United States, to quote Henry Foreman, author of Early Nantucket and its Whale Houses. I highly recommend pushing the trash bin back as far away from Broadway as possible, as you can see here, just because of that visual quality, if at all possible. And Sconset did take a look at this on September 27th, and they said that they are okay with it, but they also prefer the container to be moved farther east due to the high visibility. So those are our comments, Mr. Chair.
No, that would,
I'd hate to, Mr. Chair, but don't you have 4 regular members on it, or is somebody sitting off? Because you said Stephen and Carrie. So I'm a little confused, just trying to get the minutes straight.
no, I'm sorry. You know what? You're absolutely right, because I was still thinking Val with the 2 associate members. So you're right. So it's to Stephen.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Can
Can we go back to slide 5, please? Could you knock it up 3 clicks? I get the sentiment, and my first comment was going to be, there's nothing like a hydrangea or daylilies in Sconset, so put one on the street side. But looking at this image, I'm a little bit concerned about what I see across the way.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Welch, I can say that Val is taking care of that with those applicants, and that will be brought before us shortly. That's another violation.
Yeah.
The letters actually got
Excellent.
stopped.
Excellent.
Both are
Thank
being
you.
taken care of.
So I'd suggest pushing it back as close to the window as possible. Perhaps even under the windows, if that's possible, with some shorter brick, mason, concrete. Putting it. My internet connection is unstable.
Well, is mine? Do people hear me?
Yeah, no, you come in loud and
You're
clear.
perfect, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so it was Stephen, because this happened before and I thought it was everybody else, and it turned out to be me. So, thank you.
How much of
Stephen. We
that
did
came
hear-
through?
No, we heard, I
All
heard
of
the
it.
crux of
Okay.
it. Move it back and all
Great,
that.
thanks.
So, thank you. All right, okay, thanks, Stephen. Val?
Well, now that he's pointed it out, maybe I shouldn't sit on this since I'm coming in for the one across the street. I think I should recuse.
Okay, so then Carrie, you are on this one,
Okay,
after all. All right.
I agree.
So-
I'll just go, I agree with Stephen. But I understand this is like a violation or something, but it's not a structure. So I'm a little bit like weary of that.
Well, you know what? It actually is a structure. I think that it's a movable structure, thank goodness. But like if this were in the setback, for example, I think the building inspector would have an issue with that. I think.
That is
Be
correct.
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I can ask him.
what does he say? Does he say that?
The building inspector, I think, would reserve comment in HCC matters on matters of such as this.
Well, are loose garbage
Okay.
bins better than this?
Fair enough.
That's the question.
Hey, could I go?
Yeah, could I go? Have to
Abby,
add-
you first.
Yeah,
Then you.
I'd like to see the pictures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, slowly, just if you could scroll down. The only one I'm seeing is the one with the south elevation. Okay, just slowly. I'm trying to figure out where this is and. Okay. Yeah,
Did we free here? I think that was me.
wait, what's that? Oh, these are just other bins along the, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. So it's right in between 19 and 17 or? Okay. All right, so, yeah, so I agree with HSAB and that it should be pushed back under the two windows with vegetation to disguise the side of it. I guess it's the Broadway side. You know, some sort of, I don't know, privet or like Stephen said.
Okay.
Kinda. But I'm more egreged by what's across the street. So, thank you.
All right, thanks, Abby. I have a feeling I'm losing my connection here. Diane,
Well, first of all, just to say it, I think it's the ugliest thing sitting on the side of the building. The wood is ugly. And I don't know what the cover is, whether it's white, painted white or a piece of metal, I don't know. And I think it should have a proper foundation, so it looks as if it belongs there, not like they threw it up one morning. I think it should be moved down by under the windows, and I don't know whether it needs a little piece of that, like the fencing that you can see just beyond it, so you don't get such a smashing view of it coming up Broadway. I think it's inappropriate where it is. But if we have to make do, that's what I would suggest also.
okay. Thank you, Diane. It sounds like the consensus, by the way, the roof of that thing, the top, looks like it's painted white, but that's just weathered wood, just like the rest of it.
Why is
So,
it so discolored and ugly? Is that the?
You buy those from
Yeah.
a lumber
No, I
store.
know, I have them. I have,
It's the patina of life.
yeah.
it just looks, I don't know. It
Just
doesn't look like the ones
how
I
it-
got, but
It's
It's in
cheap
that
wood.
in-between stage of new and gray.
Exactly right, like those doors down on at the
Bingo.
yes.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. But I think the point is that this is a historic house. I think Holly said 1750, and they've got to be more careful when they do things like that. It's just, yes, okay, everybody needs one, flop it on the back. I think they have to be more sensitive to the historic structure.
I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, so my own view is that if we move this underneath the windows, drop it down, I think as Stephen had said, because it might not fit at the same height. And was there in fact a proposal to plant a shrub or something between?
Yeah,
Broadway?
hydrangea.
Yeah. So can somebody make that motion and see where it leads?
So moved.
Okay, so Stephen's motion is to move it back as far as possible, so it's underneath the two windows, and plant a hydrangea between Broadway and the side of this thing. Let's see where that goes. So on that motion.
And one other I might add to that, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair, is
go ahead.
dress up those blocks so it doesn't look
Oh,
like you just
yeah,
got
it's-
plopped down there like Diane said.
Exactly. It looks like Stonehenge. So clean up the foundation. So on Stephen's motion, Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Very good. Abby Camp.
Abstention.
Okay. Diane Coombs. Do I have Diane? Oh, Diane, you're muted, dear.
Here I am.
There you go.
If it moves down and all the things that Stephen hopefully put in his thing,
Yeah.
I would go with, but otherwise I would abstain also.
Well, so Stephen's motion, just to reiterate, is to move it down underneath the two windows, put it on a proper foundation, and to plant a hydrangea on the side that's the Broadway side, so that it's, you're not looking right at it. That's what the motion is.
Okay, I'll go with that for now.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. And let's see, Stephen, on your motion?
All right.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Oh,
All
Do we
right,
have those?
Mr.
Okay.
Chair,
Yes,
for number 6, Cabot Lane, I do believe that Katie Mitchell is here possibly for that application now. It was held last week and Stephen suggested that it come back before the board on Tuesday. As of today, as of right this moment, I don't have any material for it, any new material. So Katie, if you're here for that application and you wanted to speak up, fantastic. If you're here for 16 Kashima, we'll just hold this one, I assume.
Is she here?
Her name is here, but nothing from Katie right now. So if you wanted, Mr. Chair, you could hold this one.
Well, it seems like we would kind of need to because we were hoping to see some more visuals.
We were, and I talked to Katie today, and she does have some proposals and such in mind, but perhaps it's not ready for right now, and we could just hold.
Okay, so I think we're gonna
Motion to hold till Tuesday.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the motion, Stephen. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
I.
very good. Thank you. Val? Yeah, that was a yes.
Yep.
Okay, and Stephen on your motion? Yep, I heard that. And
Fantastic.
I'm in favor. So the motion carries. So that was Cabot Lane. Now we are moving along to 101 Low Beach Road. Oh, Val again.
Yep. And
I'm gonna
Holly will be
hold
driving
that.
for the moment.
Well, hang on. You're gonna hold 101 Low Beach Road?
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yep. For now, till
Oh.
Thursday.
Till Thursday. Okay,
Yeah.
so can I have a motion on that one, please?
So moved.
All right, thanks. So on that motion, Abby?
All right, I just stepped out of the room.
Abby, are you good with the motion to hold items 7 and 8?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Very good. And Carrie, let's say.
Aye.
And Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
Great, and I'm in favor of that motion carries. All right, now we're on to 74 Milk Street. And I need to ask a few questions before we begin this. Number one, is Jesse back? It would seem not.
I do not
Right.
see him, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Jesse is not back. Let's see. I'm getting confused about my rotation here. So Jesse's not back. Stephen and Carrie, you were both on the last one, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
The one that was held? Yeah.
yeah, you were both on that one. So Carrie, let's go with you on this, okay?
Okay.
So who's my board, Mr. Chairman? Is John here or?
I don't know. I was
So-
hoping you would be able to tell me, Linda. So John is not here.
Okay,
I'm kidding. So here's what your board is.
and Abby's
um,
not in her chair.
What's that?
Oh, I see Abby over there.
Abby is there.
I've got a
Abby's
bad
there.
back.
Okay, so your board, Linda, on this
Yeah.
application, or these two applications, I should say,
Yep.
are Val,
Yep,
Abby,
yep,
Diane,
yep.
Carrie,
Oh, Carrie.
bless
Okay,
you, Carrie, and myself.
okay.
Okay, there you go.
Got it.
All
Gonna be
right, so
musical
let's-
chairs.
Yeah, now a little bit of musical chairs. Yes, you're right. So, okay, so demo barn.
Yep. Carrie said she liked the barn, so we're gonna reproduce the barn just exactly as it is, except obviously with some modifications for window placement and stuff, because we're making it into a secondary dwelling.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
The fact that you said Carrie likes the barn.
when it came up when we were talking about the house in the garage. Can we mute him,
Yeah, we
please?
need to mute John.
Can we mute him?
Yeah. Sorry,
And I don't really see it because all I see is a black screen with Ray on it. There we
it's
go.
coming. The only reason that I blanked out, folks, is because it looked like I was losing my internet.
It's been going on all day because I've had meetings a couple of times on Zoom and it's been very odd.
Yeah, I'm broadcasting from Vermont, so I think it's kind of touch and go up here.
Well, I was in New Hampshire the other day and that wasn't working out really well.
Yeah. Okay, so.
So at
Mr.
some
Chair.
point, it'll be coming up on the screen, but the house and the barn were constructed in 1988. I was involved at
Oh.
one point with the barn because it was converted into a shop, a wood shop. So that's pretty much what it's been. So what we'd like to do is take it down and reproduce it with the same form that it has now, but with a full basement, obviously living space on the first floor, bedrooms on the second floor, you know, yada, yada, yada. But pretty much that's it. In the same location, same setbacks, give or take, I think, a stairway on the backside and a walk down. And pretty much reproduce the barn structure with the two lean-tos on both sides with a new foundation.
Kadeem, are you the one responsible for the screen?
I am back now. Yes,
Okay, could we see a locus on this?
absolutely.
You guys have seen the main
Oh,
house.
yeah, okay, gotcha.
That's the weird one with the drop down of 8 feet or 10 feet from
Yes,
Milk Street.
yes.
You approved
Okay.
the addition and the garage, which is right smack in the middle where the number is.
All right,
And the barn
fantastic.
is the one on the left.
Right, correct. All right, folks, what do we have to say about this one? Actually, Holly, do you have anything to say about this?
Just to agree with Linda on it, that it was 1988. Sad to see something be torn down, but
This is a move off demo, right?
Yeah, it's a move demo, but we don't have to advertise for it. It's going to be hard to move it, and obviously you're going to have to cut it up pretty
Is
bad.
it a timber frame?
Sort of. It's
Oh,
more of a truss when you get inside.
I see. Okay.
Do we have any elevations?
Well,
Coming off. This is the demo. The
Yeah.
next one is the new barn. This is the
but
demo.
this is the elevations that Diane was
Existing.
looking for, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are all existing. The
How
next
tall
one,
is this, just as a reference? How tall is the existing building?
can't see it. I haven't looked at this for a while.
3 notches.
20.
It's 25 something.
It's almost, it rolls down the hill, obviously, because the
24
grade changes.
24.8.
Yeah, it's 24.8. The other one is going to be roughly the same height. We just don't want to, we want to keep the massing of it, you know, because it's such a iconic massing for Nantucket barns.
Can I just
Okay.
ask, what is the reason for the demo when you're putting back the same thing? I just am curious.
It's hard to move it. It's hard to work with it because of the interior construction. On top of the fact that we can't really pick it up easily and put a whole new foundation underneath it. We'd have to insulate it. It would be just ridiculous expense to do that. It's not an historic structure. It's not in the OHD. It's nowhere near the OHD, actually. So he'd like to remove it and replace it. We've gone through the exercise of trying to work with the existing structure, and it became very cost prohibitive, and we'd have to pick it up. And that's not going to work out too well.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Abby, do you want to start?
Well, would you mind showing us what you intend to put there?
Same thing, but it's on the next application.
Okay.
Well, same thing as in the same general form of the barn. They're
Yeah,
going to
obviously
replicate that. I can't imagine it's going to be like an exact replica of it.
It pretty much is, except for
Oh.
placement of some windows and stuff and the
Okay.
doors.
All right, fair enough.
The roof.
All right. I'd like to hear what other people say. Thanks.
Sure, okay. Diane?
Well, I suppose with all the rules and regulations, it come down, but I find it when we're looking around for low-cost housing and all that stuff, to rip it out seems wasteful. And I can't believe a barn that stood up since 1988 couldn't be lifted or moved. It's not so big. It's 20, whatever I said, 25 feet tall and 30 feet wide. But anyway, And it's supposed to be cheaper to build a new one than to take that one down?
Yep, apparently, because we went through that exercise.
Okay. Well, I will. I'd rather see it put out and have you, why don't you have to advertise it?
Because it's not a dwelling. The only thing you have to advertise by law is a dwelling. It's a shop. The entire inside is a shop. Wood shop.
Wow. My guess is it's more cost effective for this owner if somebody takes this off. So I'm going to guess that they're probably going to advertise this thing anyway.
I hope so.
I would be happier with that. It's just the waste. I mean, the whole concept of it going to the land.
Yeah.
Bill, I mean, at least we can make an attempt to call up Holland and see if they don't have a place. I mean, maybe they would move it. I think we should have to make an attempt to at least do that, and then I'd be okay.
Call who?
Who? They're not going to take this.
The housing,
Oh, Housing Authority? I don't think
No.
so.
Dr. Howland.
Not take this. They won't take this because then they would have to do a massive amount on moving it.
Yeah.
A, B, they would have to try to insulate it because the minute you insulate it and put heat in it, you have to bring it up to code, and they don't
Hey,
have the money for that.
Linda, enough said. We'll continue, see what else is happening. So we heard, how about you, Val?
I'm fine with it, except that it's, not sustainable. Everybody's buzzword.
That's for sure.
I love that word.
Definitely.
It's overused.
Yeah.
Now, refresh my memory. Is Stephen on this one?
Carrie.
Oh, that's right, Carrie. Yes, Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we have much of a choice here. It seems to me like the foundation is the driver of this whole thing, because I think creating an insulated home from this is possible.
Somebody might want a shed, a
I'll
garage.
put it out there, guys, but I'll put it out, just for the sake of argument, we'll put it out, but we'll see what happens to it. Someone might want another shop and they can move it.
Well,
I think, Linda, for me, it would calm my conscience somehow.
Okay. So Linda.
Yep.
Give us a little bit of sugar here. Why don't you just advertise this building?
Put it on Facebook and
That's what I was
say,
gonna say.
come and scavenge the
So-
building and take at least something.
Yeah, so Linda, are you okay if somebody made a motion that said that we could, this building will be slated for demolition, but that you should advertise it on some venue?
Yeah, they just move
Okay.
or demo and I'll advertise it.
I mean, seriously, if somebody could
Somebody wants
make
it, take
use of it, then.
I mean, look at the doors. They're so cool. Okay, I'll make that motion
Okay,
to try to advertise it and try to,
okay,
save it, but we move demo.
Okay.
okay. So Abby has made a motion to approve the move demo, and despite the fact that it is not a dwelling, it will be advertised. That's her motion. On the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Very good, Carrie.
Aye.
And Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor as well. So that motion carries. Now we get to take a look at the new barn / second dwelling. Same board. Let's go.
I already looked at it ahead of time,
You
like we're
peeked.
supposed to.
You peeked.
It's fine.
Does it look anything like the one we were just looking at?
Yep.
How about that?
Can you see
Oh,
how?
yeah.
Do we what?
Same dimensions as well, because we're tight on the ground cover.
Okay. Good to know.
There you go.
And I guess the differences here are going to be like, didn't you say there was going to be a basement access? Oh, yes, I see that.
Yeah, basement access, the doors are obviously going to become more residential.
Right. Okay.
The windows are going to get to be the same because they're several from the dump, shall we say? So they're just thrown in there.
Right.
So we're going to regularize the windows, and obviously we're going to have some egress windows in the bedrooms.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's the same proportions. I love the building.
Sounds
Could
good.
could I
Oh,
ask
look at the
Linda a
doggy.
question?
Not the
Yeah,
dog, though. The
that's
dog
cute.
isn't in the picture.
Linda?
Yep.
Those, could we go back to I just had an idea. There's a woman restoring a house down in Gull Island that's looking for old windows. Those look really old on the north.
There's a couple of really old ones there,
And
yeah.
Yeah, they came out of the dump, so they don't
yeah,
match
so
anything else.
they
that's there.
might be
They
worth.
may have come out of the house on Gull Island.
Well, they could very well go back there. She's looking for old windows if it doesn't.
All right,
get
I'll
them
get a
up.
hold of her.
That's Sarah.
Yeah,
Sarah,
Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody got any substantive issues with this? Otherwise, I think we could make a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you, Val. On that motion, Abby.
Could I just scroll down and see the elevations?
Yeah.
Oh, you should look at these ahead.
Well, I'm glad you've got a lot. I don't have the time to do that. So
No,
just-
but so it does.
I do.
It looks eerily similar to the building that's moving off.
yeah.
Where's
no,
the
and
front
it's
door?
second dwelling.
Yes. Are you okay with it on Val's motion?
Maybe.
Maybe. You want to see more?
No,
Yeah, okay.
I do like those barn doors though.
Yeah,
like the
they're
slider.
nice. Yeah. Are you okay with the motion, Abby?
Yeah. I am.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Aye. Aye.
Very good. Carrie
Aye.
and Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I too am in favor. Motion carries.
Thank
That's
you.
Milk Street.
Mr. Chair, I need a 10-minute break.
Fine.
Oh,
Now let me check a few things out here. Do we have Jesse back?
you have Stephen though, right?
We do have Stephen. Yeah.
Okay, Stephen and
But-
Carrie.
but
Mr. Chair, I don't see Jesse.
Okay, so Stephen and Carrie.
Um,
Stephen and
Mr.
Carrie.
Chair,
What?
No.
and to
Okay.
the applicant as well, Linda.
Yep.
I believe this next application at some point was scanned to my folder because of the size of it. I still was not able to find that application, so I actually do not have it available now unless you're able to share. If you were okay with it, we could try to
Hold
just get
on.
it again and hold it for Thursday.
Yeah,
It
Linda,
did,
can
it
you-
did go in, it did go into your folder.
Okay.
Esmeralda put it in there.
Okay, so
So-
I do just have to go through those again. I have I was trying to look for it right now, Mr. Chair, but it's just not possible.
Well, hang on a second. I may be able to send it to you if I can figure out how to.
Linda, so you don't really feel like screen sharing?
I don't know how to do that. I can
Yeah,
send it.
don't
to
know.
you.
I don't either. So, I'm sympathetic to that.
Yeah, it's a little too technical. Remember, I still have my flip phone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to have my email open for this since, of the situation. If we can move on and come back to it when Linda's able to get it to me.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, you do
So
have a
moved.
couple, you have a couple of other projects here, Linda, of course. So
Yep.
why don't we jump on over to 99 Main?
Okay.
And so it's the same board, which is Abby, Diane, Carrie, and Stephen and myself.
Okay.
99 Main, that's the NHA property,
Yep.
right? Okay, what
That's
you
the
doing
NHA
there?
Property. We already have a 6-foot fence. It's fallen apart. It's a 5-and-1. It's at the rear going backwards. I'll explain this to you on this. Here we go. The pink part, we want to go to a 4-foot board. It's the existing 35-foot fence is just falling apart again. And from that blue line back, they want to go to the 6-foot fence. So in essence, the 6-foot fence right now ends back here at this corner. It's embedded and it's stepped down naturally now. They want to
Okay.
just go to a 5-foot natural weather board fence all the way back there, but they want to extend it about 16 feet forward so they can block the guy next door.
Okay,
don't necessarily
16 feet forward, meaning,
From that
Okay.
piece right here up to this piece, and then replace the piece right here to the left with a 4-foot board fence. It's already a board fence under there.
the piece to the left.
You see where this says 6-foot board?
Yeah,
and then go left, that would drop down to the 4 foot down to the fence, down to the gate.
I'm confused.
So the stretch where the writing is would be 6 feet.
Yes.
And it would stay
Run that down there.
at,
and
to
Take
the,
the,
re-
take the
to the-
spindles off it because this is just not in good shape. It's wobbly and whatnot.
Yeah. you
And
can
then
see- you can
it'll come
tell.
down towards the street. Keep going with the pictures.
Oh, I was disoriented. I thought that that picture was taken from the neighbor's property. All right,
Yeah,
now I totally
That is the neighbor
understand.
to the left.
Yeah,
And
I get it.
There is a massive
I
issue with the neighbor to the
totally
left.
get it. Okay, thanks, Linda. I think that's a
Keep
good.
going down a little bit. I'll make
What?
it easier. There we go. The 6 foot fence would run down. This is just examples of what it is. From here to here would go to the 4 foot fence. So you will get rid of this fence. And make it
Okay.
just a 6 foot natural to weatherboard fence when most of the fences on Main Street are white. And there's several pictures below this of white board fences right on Main Street. We don't want to do that. We just want to do it natural to weather back there where it turns the corner, comes down the side a little bit further and get away from the neighbor. I just don't want to tell you what the problems are, but there are massive problems with the neighbor. And that was the infill house done by Dave Wiley a long time ago. You
Right.
guys had a problem with him trying to do something odd over there on his driveway last month.
Yes, exactly.
So we don't want to cause a big ruckus about this.
All right.
That's going to be a board fence?
Yeah.
Yes.
The 4 foot is going to be a board fence or a picket fence?
Board fence
Board.
down to the solid board fence that is their driveway gate.
And then the spindles get replaced on the right.
Yeah.
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 Okay, that's what I wanted to know, whether they were still going to have a open fence from the driveway closing down. That's fine.
Yeah, no, the
Okay.
the
Chair.
fence on the driveway is going to stay right where it is.
Okay,
Now, hang on one second. We're gonna get a little ahead of our skis, so I do want to hear from Holly on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
So as you all are aware, this is an individually significant structure, circa 1770, the Thomas Macy House. It's also called the Valentine Swain and Zenas Coffin House, obviously owned by the NHA. And it was also improved to the federal style in 1830. And it has been documented by HABs, which is great. HSAB took a look at this on September 27th. They said that they would like to see the 6 foot fence start at the back of 99 Main, where there is a step, and that the front gate remain as it is. The natural to weather 6 foot fence is appropriate within that location, as it will match that existing natural to weather fence, almost like a like kind in a way, but just making it obviously taller, in line with the other fences that are there. And I would recommend, and I think that's what their proposal is, to include the cap features that are there. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who would like to start?
I can go.
Go ahead.
I think it's important for me not to see the wooden fence as you're walking down Main Street over the white, whatever that's called, gate. That white painted gate. Yeah, right there. I don't want to see that. I think it should drop down so that it's not, we don't see it from Main Street. Maybe you can pull it back, Linda, so it's not so close to that column on the left. That would be my recommendation. And that, that the spindles get repaired on the right. Thank you.
We're taking the spindles out. Can I clarify that? We don't want the spindles anymore. We want a solid board fence like everybody
No,
else.
okay,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no, I
Wait,
just
wait. You're
the,
talking about two different things. So if we go back to that, well,
I'm
the
talking about the
photo on the
historic
top there, what Abby is referring to is that the round balusters on the right-hand side, the existing ones are all falling to pieces. Right, Abby?
right. I just want those
You just
restored.
want it fixed up.
Yeah, I don't think,
Which
I
one?
don't
Oh,
think we can
we're
mess
not-
with
we're
those.
On the right-hand side.
I see.
Has
The
nothing to do with
existing
the fence.
fence has nothing to do with this application, but they are beginning to put work into the structure.
Correct.
Why
Yeah.
don't we let somebody just talk and finish what they have to say
Yeah,
without?
but I think Abby's finished, right,
I
Abby?
think I did. I think I said what I wanted to say.
Okay, so now, Diane, it's your turn.
Uh, I agree with Abby that the fence should not come all the way down to the fence going across the driveway. I don't know, looking at your site plan, there doesn't seem to be any land or anything between the two houses. I don't know what the legality is of right there where it says 42.3.3. There doesn't seem to be much space where the pink turns to blue. There doesn't seem to be much space. I don't know what legally you can put a fence to separate two houses as far as fires are concerned. But I do
There's already
think
a fence there,
there's already, then it's okay, I guess.
all the way down to the white fence in the front. And we're not bringing the 6-foot fence all the way to the front. It's still going to be 20 some odd feet away back in the back. So that's why there's a little misunderstanding here. You can't really even see it from the roadway, the traveled way. We're just bringing this 6-foot drop down, down another 16 feet. And then we're lowering it down to the 4-foot, and it's a 38-foot fence right now embedded in all this crap here. But we're
Right,
gonna fix it.
How high is the fence that closes off the driveway?
That's 4.5, 5 feet. And we're not, as I said, we're not bringing that 6-foot all the way to the street. It's still set back. And we're gonna
Well, can you-
replace the fence
couldn't
that's
you
already
put-
there.
Couldn't you put between the gate and where that man is standing in as 4 foot before you go up to 5 and 6 foot? I just think it's heavy along there. The streetscape involved, it includes, one house next to the other, whether the other man is crazy or not. I just think the fence right after the gate should stay down before it goes up.
It is. It's staying at 4
Linda,
feet.
hang on, just hang on. I
I
want to hear
just
from.
think there's a problem here with the understanding of what's happening.
Well, it is somewhat difficult to understand. I think I have a grasp about what you're hoping to do. But so I just want to make sure that Diane has spoken her piece. I believe
Yep.
she has. Okay, and now we're going to go to Carrie.
I think what would have been very helpful is a larger scale site plan showing how many sections of fence there are, so we could see section by section where the height is going up. I think I understand it to be at least 22 feet back from the gate, Linda,
Mhm.
16 to 22, yes.
and then 16 feet extra of the 5 foot or the
6 foot.
sorry. Okay, and solid board, no 5 and 1.
Right.
which is what exists. So it's a solid board. Yeah, I agree with the others. I don't think you want to be able to see it clearly from the street. I don't think you really will. Obviously, you'll be seeing, 20 more feet of it, but it's at a funny angle and I don't know. I guess it's okay. But I do think it's really important to keep it low for as long as you can towards the street.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carrie. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we knock it up 3 clicks, please? And focus on the top one. Okay. So just a clarification, Linda, through you, Mr. Chair. Linda, can you give me an approximation as measured along the left side of the house on the right? How far towards the street are you bringing the fence?
I believe it's 16 to 18 feet. And then it
So,
goes.
I mean, window wise, like,
Window wise,
yeah.
I believe I have a picture of the sideways.
Well, I just want to get an approximation of where the 6-foot fence will end.
Can I
Right there.
Wait. Who's steering? I don't want you to change it. Please go back.
We'll stay right there, Steve. It's better because you're past the 2
No,
windows.
it's
No,
not
go
good.
back.
It's
Please
not
go
good
back
there.
to this. Yeah, I don't know who's
That-
steering, but
That's the one. That's the one. Stay there for a second because I'm going to show everybody something that I think will clarify a lot
okay,
of things.
just scroll down then 1 to the bottom picture, please? I think that's the one Ray was.
Yes, that one too. This, okay, so everybody sees the break point on the house, the neighbor's house, where where's the rain leader is coming down.
Yes.
Now, that's like where the house basically can't. So if we go back to the site plan,
Don't throw the pickle out. I'll keep that.
That would be
actually wrong,
101
let's
Main.
see,
A 103 Main.
there was another diagram. Basically, the taller fence is going to end just somewhat closer to the road than where that break point in the house is, the neighbor's house.
Okay,
Probably
that's
right
helpful.
where that leader is, probably where the leader is. That makes sense.
Okay, can we go back to the one with the, yes, thank you. And zoom in so I can see that guy's hat. A little better. Okay, a little more, please.
There he is.
So Linda, the other question I have is the fence behind the fella's hat,
Yeah.
the shorter of the board and lattice fence. Are you
Yep.
proposing to replace that?
Yes, with a 6-foot fence for a distance and then drop
Okay.
down to the 4-foot, which is
Gotcha.
behind this
Okay.
gate.
No, that's good. I wasn't sure that I'd heard whether that section was being replaced or built to. So I think my comment, I think I'm pretty clear on what the scope is. Excuse me, I believe this meets our guidelines as proposed. If it's not coming all the way up, and perhaps even if it were, but I think the transition to the front gate fence with gate where the 99 is with that post would be problematic. So I believe that a fence, the height of the front gate going back, whatever the distance is to the 6-foot fence, and the 6-foot fence going from that point to all the way back to replace the lower section of board and lattice is appropriate. And I think that the white is appropriate. And I do think that some vegetation should be planted along some interval along the fences is typical and is already there. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. I actually agree, and I don't think this is going to be nearly as offensive as it might at first appear. The taller fence is coming forward of the existing bit, but then it's dropping down kind of around the neighborhood of where that rain leader is on the neighbor's house. So I think that's going to be fine in terms of it not like coming right up to the corner there where the gate is. And I understand the need for privacy. And I also, to Stephen's point, I believe that this, we've approved an arrangement like this innumerable times on Main Street and some of the other prominent streets downtown. So I'm okay with the proposal. Would somebody like to give me a motion?
Make a motion to approve subject to through staff a little bit better site plan indicating the locus is fine, but just more clearly indicating what was discussed and approved tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Like that.
They've never done a survey, so they're in the process of trying to do a survey for the first time. So you can imagine the difficulty.
Yeah, I think the locus is fine as long as it's just marked up a little more clearly. That's all I would suggest.
Okay.
Steve, can you add you said something about retaining the vegetation. You said that in your.
Yeah. So just that there would be vegetation added, at a couple of fence intervals. I don't know that what's there can be retained, so I don't want to hamstring them if, we don't have a picture and I don't know what's there or how it's planted or what.
There is a picture.
As long as there's some vegetation added.
Yep.
Is that
good,
Abby?
Yeah. Thank you. I think it obscures the fence.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
I think she's muted.
Maybe, probably. Yeah, she's muted.
My kids just got back here. Aye.
All right, thank you. Very good. Thank you, Diane and Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Ta-da. Okay, so now we're down to Straight Wharf, also with the NHA. And I guess this is the same board, huh? I mean,
It seems like it.
is Val back?
No.
No.
Okay, so let's just continue for a moment.
Okay, we
Like
told
this.
you, we don't have any obligation to come back here for this, but we told you
That Linda,
I've told you.
I'm just telling you, politically, never say that.
Well,
Just,
we had this discussion when it came in before. So we did promise you guys that when we did something to this building, that we would come back no matter what it was.
That was much better, Linda.
We're back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We are back.
Okay. Go ahead.
So what's happening here now is we're putting storm windows on the outside.
Okay.
They're going to be red. They're going to be mahogany. And they're going over the windows as they are set back. There's a whole schematic in there from Ben Moore, who did the work on the Catholic Church and has done work on historic structures all over town. So they're going to be inset, and they're going to be attached by these kinds of dowels.
Mm-hmm.
And we ran this up the flagpole up at MHC, and they signed off on it. An email was sent to me, which I then forwarded to Holly. And this is also, there was some question about whether or not we reused the original things on these doors, and we did. So I took a picture of that just so you'd be comfortable with that. The doors I went by yesterday, and the doors are twice as dark as they are here. So they're gray
I
and
noticed. Yeah.
so I just wanted you to see that. But otherwise, we're putting storm windows out of mahogany on these things, and MHC signed off on it. And Holly, I believe, has a copy of that email, if it wasn't in your packet. But she can talk to that.
Okay.
So to keep in mind is that the original proposal was for that heavy plastic, the I forget what you call it. That's not happening. We're redoing the windows, and we're going to put the put glass, tempered glass in the storm windows. And makes me like that idea because it protects the windows as well.
Linda.
Yep.
As we look at these examples of the sash, right, inset into the brick. So you have the jamb that's painted red that holds the sash.
Mm-hmm.
Are those storms are going within that jamb, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So fairly close to the actual sash themselves.
Yeah. So they're not proud of the frame. Let's put it that way.
Right. Okay. And we don't have any photos of like other examples of this, do we?
No, they're custom made.
Yeah.
Each window, and the only other thing I can equate it to is when we were doing the Athenaeum several years ago and coming up with storm windows for those big, huge windows on Federal Street.
Yeah.
And they were all custom made, very much like these, only they're twice the size.
Okay. So does everybody see there's the drawing. So, it's a basic fixed storm panel with a rail in the middle, painted red, and then it's going to have these little pins that hold them in place. Okay, I think that's
glass for weight because they'll be glass.
It was easier for him to do it because these are very large, but we said no, and MHC was so we went with the glass.
Oh, so it's real. Oh, so it's real glass.
Yeah. So if somebody makes a motion, it's glass, not plastic.
Oh, well, that's
Okay.
good because
good.
because plexiglass does tend to yellow over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid it would be wavy. So if I go first,
Actually, you're going to go second because we want to hear from Holly first.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, as you all are aware, this is the individually significant Thomas Macy warehouse. It has a preservation restriction that's held by Massachusetts Historical, so anything would have to go through MHC and obviously the HDC. With that said, I do have a copy of the email from Paul Holtz, who is the architectural historian, one of them at MHC, who I actually communicated with previously on the last application. And he sent an email to Ed Rudd from the NHA, And he said that the MHC would approve the installation of the 18 exterior applied mahogany laminated glass storm windows on the Thomas Macy warehouse on Nantucket based upon the proposal dated July 25th and prepared by Moore Woodworking Inc. of Sconset, Mass. And I did confirm that this plan that's right before you on the screen is the same as the plan that he is referencing in this email. Just as a, so it's for the record, HSAB did take a look at this, and I know they had comments. They said they looked at this on September 27th, that this would be much more appropriate to have interior storm windows. This is a historic museum quality building, and the polycarbonate storm windows would highly detract from its appearance. Again, MHC, you know, they are the one who hold the restriction and are okay with this proposal. And that is what I requested for the file. So those are their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly. Okay. Who wants to start? Oh, who, Abby? No,
I'm fine.
you're what?
I'm fine with the proposed.
Oh,
I would make a comment that went along with Hashab, that why aren't we using interior storm windows rather than exterior?
Because we have nowhere to put them on the interior, and MHC didn't really care for that at all.
I don't care whether they cared for it or not. Hashab, which is here, cared for it. And
They wanted to make sure they protected the exterior of these windows that were rehabbed with CPC funding.
That's
That's why.
what I'm saying. I'm not asking questions. All right. I'm just saying I would like to know a consideration of having interior windows, which would, the exterior windows are wood in their frame. I was part of the group that did it when it was rebuilt a few years ago. So I know what's there. I just thought it would look more like a historic building if it was interiorly done.
The point is that MHC wanted the windows protected. That's
There-
why they're on the outside.
right. Got that. Okay, Diane, anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to actually talk about what's proposed. Can we zoom in a little bit on this drawing and the sectional drawing? I think that the exterior windows are appropriate. A little bit more, please. Knock it up 3 clicks.
I feel like I'm in
The
a battlefield.
upper right cross section. Yeah, that area. I want to point something out. I think it can be addressed very easily, but I think it's important. Can we come up a little closer in there?
I did try.
Keep going.
Would fit.
Thank you. If I sound impatient, I'm not. I'm just saying. Oh, now you overshot your mark. Center that, please.
Senator Stephen.
Well, it's zoomed in a little too much, so it's hard. It's impossible to read anything right now.
Yeah, no, I don't want to read it. If you're looking at this is a cross section looking from above. And if you notice, the storm panel is very thick. I'm not adverse to that. I'm not going to get into micromanaging the thickness of a storm window. However, I mentioned that to mention that if you look at the infill piece, which is got the section cut, which will be added to the jam that has the lines through it, you'll notice that the exterior face is flush of that piece. Yes, is flush with the storm window. And I think that needs to be inset. The sash needs to be inset slightly. And how you can accomplish that is by just increasing the dado so that there's a little bit of a rebate, because it just seems odd and atypical to have those two surfaces flush.
You're talking about the outside wall and the storm itself?
Yeah, you see the piece that's drawn with the hash marks. It looks like that's an infill piece in order to make a perpendicular point for the storm window to sit into.
Yeah, because it's angled.
Yeah, so all I'm suggesting is move the sash further back into the window well by making the cut the perpendicular cut at
Ah,
the back. Can you hear me? Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, but I don't think he can do it.
Stephen,
Yeah,
okay. Is Stephen having issues with bandwidth?
yeah, I guess so.
No,
Well, maybe
Mr. Chair,
me.
I was hearing Stephen perfectly. I think this one
Maybe
might be
me
you.
too. Hang
Okay.
on.
So I'm not going to design this for anyone. I don't think it's appropriate for us to do that. I just wanted to mention that if that could be inset even an eighth or a quarter of an inch more, it would be a more appropriate look.
I'll ask him that because the glass is going to be incredibly heavy. And I don't want to
No, he
mess with the actual thickness of the frame.
No,
Linda.
no, no, no. I'm
Linda.
not, Linda, I'm not suggesting touching the sash. I can look at this with you in a form we can actually look at it. It's a very minor change, very minor.
You can bring Ben in and have that discussion with Ben because he's still in.
Yeah, it's very minor. It's very minor, but it will have a major impact on the perception of the panel.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I know I haven't gotten to Carrie yet, but I will just say that I do understand what Stephen is saying, and it is good because it's going to create a shadow line.
Yep.
That where if you don't have that shadow line, it's going to look very massive. The wood is just going to be kind of overwhelming. So I'm in favor of that, but I do want to hear Carrie's thoughts on this.
I appreciate Stephen's comments as well. I think I'm fine with the windows on the outside. They are storm windows, and I think they will protect the old windows a little better if they were on the outside rather than the inside.
Correct.
So I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Would it be a motion to approve through staff with an eighth of an inch reduction?
Yes.
Setback?
Well, hang on, Holly. Yeah.
I would just like, if that's okay, Mr. Chair, to have a caveat that we get final concurrence from MHC, please.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's fine. Now,
I can do that if you want.
yeah.
Okay, so the motion would be to approve through staff, subject to final concurrence from MHC, and the sash panel is inset a minimum of an eighth of an inch from the jamb, from the outside view.
Outside, yep.
Okay, Stephen,
Got it.
thank you for the motion. On the motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right, great.
I'm back, Mr. Chair.
All right, you're back just in time for BPC at 37 Sankaty Road.
Well, hang on a second. We got to back up to 41B. I just sent him.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yes, right, okay.
Kadeem the
That is
supporting
correct.
material, but he can't find the application in submissions. It was large, very large. So I just sent him the supporting documentation. If you want to go to 1 o'clock on Thursday, I can rearrange my morning meetings to be back on Thursday, and he and I will find it in there somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, so listen, we'll use the same. What, Diane?
No, I said that would be good to do it on Thursday at 1.
Okay, I think I heard that. That was a motion to hold this for Thursday at 1.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll find it.
Okay.
It's buried in
All
there
right.
somewhere.
Hang on that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion. Diane,
I think she's muted again.
okay, well, she made the motion. I'm gonna move forward and I'm gonna say that I too am in favor, so that motion is 4 in favor.
Cool.
All right.
Thanks. I don't think.
All
you'll
right,
get to the
thank you,
next one.
Linda. We'll see you Thursday. Okay, now, Michael Altman is anybody here for that, Joe?
Mr. Chair, I'm not seeing anyone from BPC here for that application.
Okay, because if it does come up, I'm going to need to recuse, but at the moment, I guess we'll just pass over it. So can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for applicant
Or represent,
representation.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Val, on that motion. So on Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
very good. Diane,
aye, and I just want to say I was just locked out, so maybe other people are too.
Been very odd all day long on almost all Zoom meetings today.
oh, well, good to know, because I feel like I'm sort of in and out myself. All right, so that, thank you, Diane, and Carrie on that motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor too, so that motion carries. Okay, now we're at 86 Somerset, Sunwind.
I will have to do this one for him.
Oh, can you do both of them?
He has more, he has like 5.
Oh,
I do. I'm here.
oh, yeah. Oh, you're here. Okay,
Okay.
Yep.
great.
But if
wanna do
anyone wants to
86?
take it for me, go feel free.
No. 86 Somerset.
I'm
Let's
here for
go.
Mark if it's necessary.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Linda.
All right, so let me think now, the board. So Val's back. We just heard from Carrie. Jesse is still no longer here, correct?
Right.
All right, so then we're gonna go with Stephen on this one. Okay,
And me?
and you, yeah, you're on. Just wanted to get the associate member straight. So let's continue. Let's see what we got.
Sure. So this is a Morton building. It's used for some boat storage out there on Somerset. This roof is a low slope roof. It is a metal roof. So unfortunately, nothing we can do about the color of this one. But and I think what I could do, it's really not visible from the street. And I show the panels there to the north side of the roof, basically going the full length of the roof. But there's miles of room up there for these panels. So we can squeeze things in so that you won't even see the leading edge out there near the rake.
They can drop down off the ridge. They're on the backside of the building. The garage doors face north and these are facing southeast, basically. But they're on the backside of the building and there's the building. So if we drop them off the ridge, maybe a couple of feet, they're just going to be across the back of the building.
So,
Can't see
Linda,
it from anywhere.
Linda.
Do we have any drawings? Do we have any
Well,
elevation?
we had that aerial photo drawing that showed the location of them.
I'd
But
like-
so this,
I don't know.
okay, it's on the back side of the photos that we just saw, right?
Right.
Obviously.
It's on the screen right now.
Well, I meant when we're looking at it from the street, it's on the back side, the gable,
Yep.
the roof plane that you don't see.
That is correct.
Okay.
And you can't see them from Bartlett Road or from whatever that thing is that runs the other way, Doc Ryder or whatever that is, because there's so much foliage, there's other buildings in the way, and there's a lot of trees between it and Bartlett and a bunch of other big buildings. So it's impossible to see the
Okay.
backside of it.
All right, let's see what the board has to say about this. Who wants to
I'll
start?
go.
Thank you, Stephen.
I think the east, you should just run it all the way across. It's odd looking and it's going to draw attention to it as opposed to a solid band. It's a commercial structure. I think it's, we could make a caveat that if the roof gets redone, that it's, a darker color. But the fact of the matter is, it's a shallow plane. Most days, these are going to appear kind of silverish most of the part of the day. And I think that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, I don't know whether that's you or me, but I heard most of what you said. Let's see yeah, my internet connection is unstable. So Abby?
Yeah, I actually heard what Stephen said, but I'm not sure I understood it correctly. So did you say to run that one panel all the way over to make it a line of 2 so it would not read so jumpy?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay, great. I agree with that. And I, if it were to pass, I would just put the stipulation that the vegetation stay there to obscure view from that.
Just to be clear, it's on the back side of the building away from the street and he doesn't, I'm not sure he's got the money to run a whole nother set of panels, the entire 50 feet of that building. So if you can't see it, it's not going to pop out like as Steven suggested, because it's way on the back side of the building and we'll pull it off the ridge another couple of feet. So there's nothing
All
even
right,
sticking.
all right. Okay, thank you, Linda. Diane,
I don't know, I would have liked to see what it looked like coming up Somerset and from Bartlett
That's
Road.
Somerset. That's Somerset right there.
I do can wonder if I can just finish what I'm saying is I think it would be good to at least know what is there instead of pictures are very good, but I would like drawings. Don't we sort of like to have elevations
Diane.
of what's being proposed? I'd like to see what's facing what way, what's next to it, and what the existing building is.
It's right there.
This is kind of like
Uh,
Nancy's
Diane,
shed.
I'm
We do these
having
all the
trouble hearing
time.
you.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, never mind. Have it away.
Wow, I'm having real difficulties here. So Abby,
Yes,
you already went, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Val's next.
Val?
I have a clarification, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I appreciate the applicant's agent pointing out, I took a look at the locus, so I would prefer that it be a full section if it were visible, but since it's not going to be visible and we can make that, I guess, part of the approval, then I'm fine with it. I'm speaking about the east elevation, the small section there.
Oh, okay. You mean adding them if you want to, but you don't have to? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because I'm looking at that and I'm familiar with that. I'm looking at the locus and I'm familiar with that area, and the buildings on the Bartlett side obscure the visibility along with the vegetation.
Okay, well, all right. I'm having serious difficulties. Val, did you go?
I'm fine with this, given the location, the side of the building that it's on, and that it's really minimal, if any, visibility.
Could I go after Val again?
And I'm gonna have to sign off after this because I'm like really starting to frag up here. So go ahead, Abby.
My thought was, what if they were down on the lower part instead of up on the ridge? What if they were down below? No one would ever see it.
Well, we'll bang them off the ridge at 2 feet. And that'll
No, I mean,
really,
what if they were all the way down?
then they'd be obscured by the vegetation.
Right, so what, we wouldn't even,
No.
Can't see them anyway.
Okay, Linda is saying they're obscured by vegetation, meaning the vegetation is gonna block the sun
right,
from to the panels, which is like the panels would not be working then. So they want to keep them up at the higher level. She suggested moving them off the ridge. Anything else to say on that, Abby?
no.
Okay. So it's like, I understand the idea of putting them lower. Linda's suggesting putting them a little bit lower, but I think to take them all the way down to the bottom would be kind of going against what the intent of the panels is, which is to get full light, and those trees are going to, block that if they go too low. So can I have a motion of some kind on this?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. There was talk about moving them down off the ridge.
I don't think that that's going to make a whole lot of difference,
Okay.
at least in my opinion. So
All right.
that's why I said,
And then Stephen had mentioned adding panels if necessary, but I think he may have backed off on that. So Val, I am going to take your motion to approve as submitted and see where it goes. On that motion, Abby.
I'm just gonna abstain because I'm not comfortable, but don't take offense to it.
Okay, well, let's see where the motion goes. So thank you. Diane.
I would abstain also.
Okay, so let's see, Stephen.
I would vote yes.
Okay, and Val on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor too, so the motion does carry, 3 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna try one more because now all of a sudden I'm hearing you guys all right. So let's see, but at any point I might just disappear. So 7 Teasdale. And I mean, the board is the board right now, right? Because we're missing John. We're missing Jesse.
Yeah, we'll save time if we just establish it.
Well, am I forgetting somebody? So we got Diane.
You need one more.
Wait, we got Diane, Val, Abby, myself. That's 4. So we just need one alternate each time. All right. So
Yes.
now this one is going to go to Carrie.
This one has a letter too, I think.
Oh, thanks, Abby.
A letter from who?
Neighbor, I'm
A
sure.
butter, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I'm not certain that this one does have a letter from an
Yeah,
abutter.
no, sorry. It's the wrong address. It sounds,
Okay.
it was more like Tashawa.
Oh,
So-
yes, Hashima does, but this one does
I'm
not.
sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Who's representing this? Tim?
I'm
Tim.
here. This is me here, Tim with Sunwind.
Right. So go.
Okay, this is a commercial building out there on Teasdale. It's kind of tucked in the corner. These panels really are not visible from a traveled way, either from Teasdale or there is a small circle that is just to the southwest of this building. I'm not sure the name of that street, but I think it's on the Locust. I think I included it on the Locust. Yeah, there it is. So I drove around in that circle. I had taken a couple of pictures, actually from the roof of the pickup truck. I stood up on the roof rack to take some pictures. So that building isn't visible from either Teasdale or from there. Went out onto, you'll have to forgive me, the main road out there at the 4-way intersection where Teasdale, I mean, yeah, where Arrowhead, is that Arrowhead goes out to? Yep, Belvedere. You can't see it from out there either. So really not visible from anywhere that I can see.
All right. So any more pictures that we can look at here? That's it, right? Those 2?
That's it, Mr. Chair.
All right. Okay, let's see what we can do with this.
I'll
Anyone?
go.
I will too.
Actually, Stephen?
Yeah, it's totally
Sure.
appropriate. Meets the
Whoa,
guidelines.
whoa, whoa. Hang on. I
Okay,
think,
let him do it.
yeah, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, Stephen.
He's already done it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to pull a John and make a motion. I'm just saying it's
All right, I'll explain later. So go ahead.
that was it. It's appropriate. It meets the guidelines with the exception for the color of the roof, but the mitigating factors are that one, it's on the rear of the building and it's also on the secondary mass, also at the rear of the building.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. On the, Val, how about you?
I concur with my fellow commissioner, and as one of the people who rewrote or reaffirmed the guidelines, I agree completely. We are in favor of these when the situation arises where they're appropriate. Yes, the color isn't right, but it's on the back. You can't see it. We're good with that.
Sounds good. Abby?
I'm fine with it.
All right, Diane?
I'm fine with it.
All right, let's have a motion.
Motion to
Motion approved
approve.
is submitted.
I'm gonna take Diane's just because.
That's cool. I just want to get moving. That's all.
Yeah,
Sorry.
right. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
All right.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor of that motion carries. Okay, next up, 3 Henderson.
Mr. Chairman, I got to recuse. This was a client of mine.
Sounds
A while
fine.
ago, but
Actually, yeah, so much for this rotation stuff. It's not working. So Stephen, you're back on this.
Okay.
All right. Same board. Go.
Okay, this is a solar array proposed for the rear dormer in the southeast facing roof. If we could scroll down, I think this one does have a black roof. It's pretty obscured by a lot of
Not
vegetation,
black.
front and side. Yeah, if it's not black, it's a dark gray, but it is not black. It's pretty close to it. Mostly obscured, mostly not visible. I think maybe somebody mentioned there was a letter from a neighbor on this one.
There is no letter.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was confused. Okay, so I think this one's totally appropriate.
Oh, you do.
You should know, Tim.
Tim, don't push your luck.
I think this one's totally appropriate. That's good. In your own humble opinion, right? Okay, so who wants to go first?
I will.
All right, thanks, Val.
So Tim, as much as I'd like to agree with you, this one I do think is very visible. And my suggestion would be to push it to, I was looking at your aerial with the superimposed panels on it. Could you push what's on, I guess, if I'm looking at it correctly, the southeast on this forwardmost gable that has the chimney, and push it to the next gable back, which is a similar situation to one I had earlier, where there's 20 or 30 feet in between gables, and that would obscure those panels from visibility for the most part.
Yeah, I think I might have to hold it for revisions. I'd have to talk to the client and see if he would be okay with moving those. I'm not sure if he is on or not.
I'm here. I am here.
Hi, Pat.
Hello. So,
I just think that would mitigate the visibility of this, given the picture that is view from the road looking northwest for the most part, and it's still the same direction.
so if you're talking about the roof that's where there's the two panels on the lower section to the left of that?
No, the
That's
lower one is fine. I'm talking about the ones that are the front gable that have the chimney. It's page number
8.
Yeah. Taking those and moving them to the farther back gable.
So they would be more like the rear courtyard.
Yeah, so if you look at your aerial picture and you go to the farther back gable.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not that.
The
There,
same-
yes. There.
That.
And it looks to me like if there's one or two panels that you need to move, you could put them on the same roof facing southwest that the dormer is on. It looked like in some of the pictures there was space there.
Tim, does that give us the same amount of wattage?
We might have to lose one or two. Well, probably have to lose a couple panels. I would imagine we probably have to lose 2 panels.
So what we're trying, I know that, so this is, we did our best to try to maximize power and at the same time mitigate what you would see from the road. The only time you will see those is if you go around the cul-de-sac.
Right.
So, and again, I mean, I just redid the roof, as Carrie would know, not too long ago. So I don't want to go, it's a brand new roof as of a year and a half ago. So we're trying to do the best that we can from a mitigation of aesthetics, but also try to do the best that we can with getting the most amount of power we can to help with our power consumption, right? We
totally get that, Pat. We're just trying not to see them.
I think I'd go.
Go ahead, Diane.
I think it's important to try and follow the rules and regulations that we have to begin with. And in that picture of when we were looking at at the front of Pat's house, it's viewable. It's straight. There's nothing. Whether you're going around the cul-de-sac or whatever, it couldn't be more visible than it is. And
So,
I know
so-
they're trying to cut electricity, but sometimes you have to take into some consideration of what the rules are and not say, well, this is what I want. The rules say not visible on the front of the house. And this is so visible. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think it is able to fly at this time.
if I may, so as I drive around the island, and for instance, on Somerset Road, as you're going to Myakama Golf Course, there's a set of panels that's on a roof that's right on the road. So I
But
understand.
one mistake does not beget another one, Pat. Where did those
I
other
understand,
panels go?
but
Hey, can I make a suggestion here?
Mhm.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. The suggestion would be to hold for revisions to see whether there was some way of mitigating the view that we're looking at right now, removing some of those panels and having them be placed elsewhere and still get the requisite number of panels.
Well,
Yeah, Pat, I'm not sure if you want to hold or not. I mean, we could probably lose 2 or 3 panels and we could get them on that back section in the courtyard if you wanted to move forward. It's up to you.
So a board, we're up against a couple of things, and I know this doesn't matter to you so much. We're trying to get the right aesthetics. So if we were to look at this elevation and to the right of the chimney, if we remove those panels and put them in the back, are the ones to the left of the chimney okay?
No, not for me because of the color of the roof.
Before we negotiate, I'd like to continue. I think I'm on this. I think we need to get
You
the
are.
commissioner's input and then
You
move
are on
forward.
this.
Yeah, I'd like to say something as well, so.
Abby,
Okay.
you're actually not allowed to speak on this one. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'll get to you. But Stephen, go ahead.
First, I'd like to say that I don't not like to say, but I'll say that, Tim, I think that we're not going to be putting you on judging consents based on what we're looking at here.
Okay.
You did make a motion of as appropriate, but I think you're just a little bit off the mark. I think more seriously that I do appreciate Val's suggestion. I think there are other suggestions that could be considered and decided at the table if we, work a little bit expeditiously. If you're looking at the site plan, one more drawing down. Yeah. So, no, there you go. The interior of the courtyard, the dormer, there's plenty of roof surface that faces the southwest.
Yep.
One would be the double panel area to the left of the double panel area towards the bottom of the sheet. And the other would be the dormer on the far left of the structure, the far west. So I don't think that we have to be concerned about losing panels. And in fact, if you were to utilize those surfaces, you might be able to gain panels while still being aesthetically meeting the guidelines, which is to say that it's not completely visible from the street in a way that's on a light colored roof that really stands out because in part because it's high up and in part because it doesn't cover the entire the roof plane. So personally, I believe is appropriate is Val's idea to move the panels that are shaped like an H that are wrapped around the chimney to the rear gable, as rear being towards the west. I think that if you lose panels, you could either add them on the west side of the double panels, or you could add them on the dormer, the westmost dormer. And in both instances, the reason I mentioned those locations is to then mention that I believe that both of those locations are appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Abby.
Yeah, I would like to see other alternatives than those roofs. And I also wouldn't mind seeing some elevations, simple elevations where we see the sides of the buildings and so we can get a more accurate, more quick decision on this. So that would be helpful for me.
Okay.
I would call for revisions.
Okay, so let me ask it, Pat, I think you alluded to a time deadline or something here.
Well, in order to get to maximize the tax breaks, we're trying to do it this year.
Uh-oh.
So
I can't
that's
hear
what
you.
that's what I'm working on. I want
Well,
to get it in
today
this
is
year.
only October. You have one more meeting, or agree to what we're asking you.
I
Well,
want to talk to Tim and see what
Yeah,
we have to.
they need to work this out. I think we
I'll make
seriously need a motion to hold.
for revisions.
And rehear it on Tuesday, Abby?
Yes, please.
That sounds good. Thank you so much. Okay, so on Abby's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and what did I get wrong there? Abby, that was
Diane.
Abby.
Yeah.
I got Diane, right?
Okay.
You got me twice, so,
Yeah, and you made the motion, right?
right?
Yeah. So I got everybody except myself, right?
Righto.
Okay, so Ray Paul votes in favor. All right, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Motion-
Vision's right in for you.
Okay, hey, listen, guys, my internet is like just it's on and off, and it's kind of frustrating. So I'm gonna sign out now. So is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
Is Lisa here? Is
thank
Lisa
you.
here? Or-
Lisa's not in Vermont, fortunately for her. So her connection is going to be fine.
Okay.
All right. So good night, everyone. Thank you. And I'm sorry I have to leave. I'll work on my.
Thanks, Ray.
Good night,
Bye.
Ray.
Good night.
Night.
So Abby, we actually still have one for Tim. That's 7 Shakamo Road, more solar panels.
You ready for me?
Yes, ready, go.
Okay, this is a ground mount system. It's a large array, but down on this property, where they're set in, we're only clearing, there'll basically be vegetation still surrounding these panels. And this property, which you're probably fairly familiar with, this location, it's in a little bit of a bowl as you go down Shakamo. It continues to go downhill. The driveway, the property winds in around. So these aren't visible from any other traveled way. And it's all a ground mount system.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes,
I do believe that this is one of those applications that would benefit greatly from photos. I have been putting all the solar panels on the view pack to get you guys some chance to go out there. But if that's not possible, it'd be great for the applicant to include those photos. So just a note for Tim.
Yep, thank you.
thanks. So a ground array, who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
Tim, how far is the tallest height from grade? On the-
6 feet to the max on the back side, which is the high side.
Okay, and in terms of length of each of these 4 sections, how lengthy are they?
Back up a couple of clicks, I believe there were some dimensions.
Okay.
I want to say a couple of them are 80, 2 of them are 80 feet, 2 of them are slightly longer. They're probably 88 feet roughly.
So that's the only part for me that's concerning is the length and that there's so many of them. But if they're only 6 feet tall and you're telling us the vegetation will remain?
Yeah, we're going to leave a buffer completely around there, Val. There might be one path going in halfway up the driveway on the left.
Yeah.
We're going to probably cut in, or even a little further than halfway up, where it opens up where that one car is parked. We're going to cut in a little access in through that area to get there, but then we plan on leaving a buffer all the way around it as much as.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Abby, I go.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
If you guys remember when we put the panels out at Bartlett Farm, they were, I think, 5.5 feet tall, and they go down to about 6 inches above the ground at the foot, right?
In the
Tim?
wide open.
Yeah, and they were in the wide open. They were blocked from the west side, but they were in the woods just when his fields go to woods, and you can't even see them now. So I don't think there's a problem. I do not think I have a problem with this. If the bulk of the vegetation remains, and it's down on Rabbit Run, I think that the only view that might be bad is coming in past the first driveway where the little car is parked and going around that corner to the other opening. But at 5 feet high, most of the vegetation there is 5 feet or higher. So I don't know whether one would want a view with some stakes to see that's true or not.
Good idea, Diane. Thank you. Is who's the alternate? Carrie?
Sure. I believe that this will not be visible. I think it's set back far enough on the property that it won't be seen, and leaving a buffer solidifies it for me.
Ditto.
Okay, Val, you went, right?
Yep.
No. Okay. and-
Madam Chair, both alternates are active.
Oh, Stephen, could you,
Yeah, I agree with Carrie and Val. That roadway that's shown on the lower right is internal to the lot. It's actually part of the driveway. So this is not going to be visible. The panels at Bartlett's are visible. These will not.
Very visible.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one Stan was referring to, but.
okay, do I hear a motion then?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, in favor of Steve's motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm gonna abstain, but that carries. So, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that you always try to put them somewhere where they can't be seen for the most part, unlike other applicants.
I try my best.
Madam Chair, we have 34 Cliff up and Lisa is here.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Hi, Lisa.
How are you?
We're good.
Good.
Your husband is out.
Yes, I heard him sign off. This is an application for just some renovation, some changes to the front of this house. The rest of the changes have already been approved. She was hoping to get some glass in her front door to get a little bit more natural light. And then the other thing was that at one point there was an approval for those French doors based on putting lattice up. I think we've provided some photos from the road. Yeah, bless you. I'll be able
Thank
to
you.
prove it, but it sort of shows that you know, the visibility back into that little porch is limited because of the vegetation. So we'd like to just not put the lattice up.
Okay. Does everybody get it? Anybody want to go first?
Madam
Oh, I'm
Chair.
so sorry, Holly.
That's fine. I'm so used to saying Mr. Chair, so my apologies. So, as you all are aware, this is a circa 1875, or I would think you were aware, within our historic district. HSAB did take a look at this, and they do have a minor comment. They looked at this on September 27th. They said that they would prefer the front door to be 4-panel with glass panes on top.
Oh.
And from staff's perspective, it would be nice to bring back that Greek Revival pediment over the door, although I don't believe it's going to be visible from afar under the porch, but I just thought that was a nice additive feature to this Greek revival structure. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Where is the Greek revival pediment?
Yeah.
Under the porch.
Does it show in the existing conditions photo?
No.
I don't know that it exists now.
Oh, no. There's only previously approved, not existing.
Yeah, but we weren't changing the front door before, so I don't think we would have changed that.
And I may have received that, Madam Chair, from the HDC survey. They're prior, and I know that there's been work done on this since the 80s, but there was a small little pediment over the front door. And then, of course, with the porch on it, you wouldn't be able to see it now, but that's where that detail comes from. Bless you.
Bless you.
Perfect.
It's going around.
Is it a virus? Is it a Zoom virus?
It's dust.
Gosh, sorry. Thank you, Holly.
I'll go.
Yes, please.
Okay. I really like the suggestion of the 4-panel door with the 2 panes of glass, because I think that goes with the 2/2 windows really well, as opposed to this is more of like a craftsman style bungalowish door. So I would go along with that. I don't have a problem with the changes requested.
Okay. Nice. Diane?
Lisa, is this the house of 7 Gables?
No,
No,
I don't
okay.
think so. That's the one that used to be an inn, right?
It's either 36 or 34 was what we referred to as the house of 7 Gables.
Yeah, was that it used to be a little inn, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this is that.
Okay. No, I like the 4-panel door with the 2 panels above. And other than that, I don't have any problem with it. I like the reduction, I guess, of the lattice. And other than that, that's, unless you made other changes on other elevations, that is my opinion.
Oh, great. Thank you. Steve or Steve, are you on this?
Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with the changes without the lattice. I'm okay with the 4-panel with 2 light panels above it. I would, however, say that I would prefer to see just a shift in this. I think that more in keeping with this style and the period would be a 2-panel front door. They're two vertical panels, so not horizontal, but 2 vertical panels, and that would mimic the tall the 4 light doors that are now going to be visible.
I just assumed that's what they were talking about. Sorry.
No, I'm not to be sorry. I'm just suggesting that if that were a 2-panel door on the front, and then the French doors were made to be 2 light doors, so that it was just as it's shown with the wood panel below, but the 4 light is a 2 light, and the 2 lights are not horizontal squares. They're 2 vertical panels, and that would be in keeping with the Greek revival door, I think, of the probably the early 1800s.
Could I just say that the French doors are already installed?
Okay, retract.
The revision of fenestration was just the front door.
Oh, I gotcha. So I still think it would look nice with the 2 too, but I think the 4-panel with a 2 light above it would be better.
Yeah. Oh,
That's what you had previously, right?
Yeah.
No, previously it's just a 6-panel door. It's solid.
Oh, there are no lights up there?
Yeah, it existed that way, and we never changed it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And is Carrie on this as well? Or do we have enough?
But I think you have enough.
Okay.
I think you have enough.
No.
Everybody who is attending is on it.
Yeah, because Ray's gone and John's
Ray's
not here.
gone.
Right.
John
So they
Jess
need
is
you,
gone.
Carrie.
Oh, you need me. Okay, well, I have nothing new to say. I think the new door that the HSAB suggested would be great.
And that's just clear glass panels in the top two panels that would have normally been solid.
Yeah.
Is that
Right, okay. And then, okay, so do I hear a motion to reflect that?
I make a motion to approve with the front door having 4 panels with 2 panels of glass on the top.
And what, are you in favor of keeping the, remove the lattice because
Yeah,
there's
removing
vegetation?
the lattice and
Keep the
provides that
vegetation.
fenestration.
And do you include to keep the vegetation so to obscure those 2 French doors?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we,
that's what
I
I
haven't
thought.
seen any picture of vegetation, but I surely would retain it.
Okay, Carrie on the motion.
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
and I myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now what are we? Quince.
We are now on to 10 Quince, and we do have Bill McGuire here. This is a HSAB structure, and Holly does have notes, Madam Chair, but I will turn it over to you.
Oh, Holly, let's hear what you have.
Bill hasn't presented yet either, Madam Chair.
Oh,
That's
I'm sorry.
okay. We can let Holly go first.
Okay. Holly?
Bill, as per protocol, if you could go first, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So this application is for a fence. And on the one that you're looking at now is the site plan. So if we're starting on the right-hand side, you can see where the property line comes in about partway down the shell driveway. So that's where they want to start the fence. We would go to the bottom of the sheet, across, down again to the bottom of the sheet, and around to the back side to the edge of the house. Yes, all along that line. Yes, starting there and then ending on the other side.
Ending where it says picket fence, Bill?
To there, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is an existing fence from both of those starting point or the starting and ending point to the street. And then that stays.
So it's just a regular picket 36?
Yes. Yeah, it's in the photos.
Okay. All righty then. Okay, all right, and is that it, Bill?
Yes, it's also, they were requesting a 6-foot solid board fence. Cedar unpainted, natural to weather.
Oh, well, all right, so where's the picket and where's the solid board?
Well, the picket's existing.
That's what's confusing. It's not marked clearly.
Yeah, see where the yellow line is on there? From the end of each of those yellow lines to the street, up to the top of the sheet, that's where the picket fence is.
But you want everything in yellow to be a 6-foot fence, wooden
Yeah,
fence.
everything in yellows they would like to have is the 6-foot fence, yes.
Oh, instead of the picket.
No, picket on the street, which isn't marked. That's why it was confusing.
Well, the picket's existing, so I'm sorry I didn't mark that. But I think you can, yeah, it's actually marked up there on the upper left-hand side. Right underneath the word Quince, it says picket fence, but that's existing. And then the same thing on the right-hand side, just beyond the shell driveway, you can see where it says picket fence, and that's also existing.
So you're not doing anything with that?
Nothing to that, no.
Okay, gotcha.
Just the yellow.
Yeah.
Just the yellow. That's all we're asking for.
And that's a 6-foot.
Solid board fence, yes. Not the 5-in-1, but the 6-foot. And you can see it, that's down there in the lower right-hand corner.
Yeah.
Natural to weather.
Natural to weather, yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Holly, please.
So HSAB looked at this on September 27th. They actually did not have any concerns for the application. This is a circa 1780s typical Nantucket. Thank you for having the information on the application. I would, based on the fact that the yellow that you're seeing on the screen was actually by Kadeem drawing it on the PDF as we're speaking, I would request a better site plan for this application as it's very unclear as you all had issues with that. And those would be the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay. Val, did you get that clarified?
Yeah, I really was unclear as to what exactly we were looking at. So I appreciate what Holly just said. And I have looked at all the applications, so I wasn't sure if this was all going to be board and the rest was going to be picket or whatever. So the it's clear now with it highlighted. Thank you, Kadeem.
Okay, so, and
My pleasure, Val.
Diane, what are your thoughts? Diane, are you muted? Okay, so let's jump to Carrie.
Yeah, I don't have a huge problem with this. The only thing is, instead of coming on the left-hand side so close to the street, can you hold it back to the back of the building there so it's sort of level with the other side? So
Sure.
sort of just, and then have picket fence lead up to that.
Yes.
Just so you do have less tall fence closer to the street.
Back to where it says 1312.
Yep.
Okay.
And I would appreciate also just a plan showing exactly this, a highlighted line of where the 6-foot fence is versus where the picket fence is. That would be helpful.
Agreed. Stephen?
Yeah, I get the location. I think Carrie's comment is a good one too. And I just want, is it going to be natural to weather? What's the color?
It's natural to weather.
Okay, on the application, it says something color change gray to white. Oh,
No,
on
that's
trim.
that's the next one.
Oh, I jumped ahead. Silly me. 6-foot solid board fence at property line, natural to weather. Okay, yeah. I think holding it back on that side would be a nice concession given the overall amount of fence.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, can we hear you? This is a shame. Kadeem, can you undo?
Here,
There you are.
It is Zoom that's cutting in and out, not me.
Okay. All right.
My thing is, and I don't know what you said, so I'll just say, on the left-hand side, I would like to see the 6-foot wooden fence drop back to the back of the end of the building. It is where it says, where the wing comes out on the left-hand side. I would like to see just the fence drop down from not the beginning of the building, but the end of the building. I don't know whether anybody else mentioned that.
That's exactly what everyone else thought, Diane.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
We're right on.
And then it stops at where it says 5.
Yeah,
No,
that's fine.
2825 west.
It's just, I didn't get to hear what you were saying because it cut out.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
if that's what the vote is, if that's what the vote is, I would be for it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I personally think it's too much fence for me. So I'm a nay, but do I hear a motion of any sort for anything?
Well,
Motion to approve with the fence showing along the, I don't see a cardinal point, the left side of the, let's see this. Motion to approve through staff with the fence on the northeastern side of the lot. Actually, it's running northeast, so I guess it'd be southwest. Bill, what side is the left side on the plan we're looking at?
West.
How about just the left side of the
Yeah,
site?
left side of the plan at 13.
Left side of the site plan to be, the fence to be rebated back to the 1312 notation.
Fine, that's good.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Stephen. In favor of Stephen's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Okay.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I am opposed, but that carries.
And it's natural to weather, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank
Sorry, I
you.
couldn't get my Cardinals together. I think I need a martini.
You probably, yeah.
Or a site plan with a.
Well,
thing on
yeah,
it.
Oh,
but
yeah, could
a
you
martini's
add-
more
is
fun.
That's part of the motion too, is to, a corrected site plan.
Yes,
Yes.
Thank you.
clarified site plan, yeah.
Aye.
We didn't do the color change yet, did we?
No, we're doing that next.
Okay. I didn't miss that.
Stay tuned.
Bill, can you lead us on this while they're pulling up the colors?
Sure. It's currently a gray house, and the owners would like to change the gray to white, both trim and sash.
What about the front door?
Can you refresh my memory? It's been a while since we've applied. I think they wanted to change that, but let's see if we have it on there.
It's a really blue front door at the
Hamilton
moment.
blue.
Yeah, Hamilton blue. And I wasn't sure if that was the existing one was like Hamilton blue that got faded or.
No, it's not. I don't think Hamilton Blue. I went
It's
by
a-
it.
It's a bright, it's a, like
It's a bright, yes. They
It's a
would like to
bright
subdue
blue.
that.
but they want to keep that.
And the color is a greenish gray.
Yeah, greenish gray, and they'd like to go to white.
I'll go, Madam
Madam-
Chair.
Oh,
Oh, I still have comments.
Oh,
Madam Chair.
okay.
sorry.
HSAB has comments.
So again, this is a typical Nantucket between 1762 and 1781. Something that you all might not be aware of, that Quint Street was originally called Crown Street when it was originally platted in 1719, and then it was changed in the 1850s. I thought that was pretty cool. Thank you, Clay Lancaster. As far as HSAB, their comments were that they would prefer to see it gray, but white is acceptable. I concur that I would prefer to keep the trim gray. The Hamilton blue door is okay, as the existing door obviously is a blue, very bright blue. The white for the trim and the other homes are more contemporary. I do know that that 3 Quint Street is white. That's actually dated from 1842, just to give you some comparisons. But 5 Quint Street, which is a circa 1731 home, does have white trim and white sash as shown in the photo provided. So again, you know, trying to give you some context on it, but I would say that the gray really fits this existing structure. Those are the comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Diane,
Well, I would go with gray. I think it goes with the age of the house. I don't think in the 1700s that they used as much white. Gray was their pick because of the Quaker influence. So I would go with the gray trim and the not quite so bright blue door.
thank you. Thank you, Diane. Are you finished?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Val?
Sure. I did go down there today, and while I think it's nice that it's subtle and it's gray and it is what it is presently, I think we'd be hard pressed to tell them no to white, because the majority of the street is white, and you know, I did think about that. I had my mom with me and I said, oh, every house on the street will be white, but hey, it's what's appropriate or not appropriate. And I think given what is on the street, white has always been an appropriate color, especially in town. So I am okay with the change, and the blue, Hamilton blue, is a welcome change from what's there.
Okay, great. Stephen,
Yeah, so I think the change from the Toyota blue is definitely good. I think in the, I think the color of the year in 1898 was white, so I'm good with that. And that's it.
okay. Thank you. Carrie?
I agree with everybody else.
Oh, that it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I personally would like to see it stay gray and have a real Hamilton blue on it, but I think I'm in the minority. So do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application as submitted, because what they're asking for is appropriate, not because that's, I personally like the gray too, but it's appropriate to what they're asking for, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so on Val's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Abstain.
okay, and I am a nay, but that does carry. Doesn't it? Val, Stephen, and Carrie, yeah.
Yep.
That carries.
May I ask a question
Yes.
on that? If they decide not to change the color and leave it gray, that's okay too?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you
All right.
had a lot of, I think you had some, you would have some yeses there, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And the
Just so I,
socks are front-
just so when I counsel them about, tell them about this, that they can make a decision whether to keep the gray and change it to Hamilton blue or change everything to white.
But maybe they would, the
In
front
any
door
case-
have Hamilton blue.
Yeah, in any case, the
Yes.
door can change.
Yeah, if the door could change to Hamilton blue, that would be a bonus all the way around,
Right. Okay.
regardless of the trim.
Yeah, but they wouldn't get in trouble for leaving the gray.
No,
That's
You
Okay.
can always not do something you're approved for, but we did vote on it, so we need to move on.
right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
This is Bill too.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the next 100 we still have, that's all. So,
I know.
No offense to anyone, just want to keep going.
Okay, this is out at the fish store out on Hummock Pond Road, Jesse Sandoli's place. And in the site plan there, you can see the building on the right, and you see the little pochade area. It's a handicapped bathroom, an outdoor accessible handicapped bathroom.
So Bill, I can just cut to the chase on this one. It would have been on consent, but there was nothing circled.
Oh,
So there was
right.
some
Sorry.
curiosity as to what exactly was being applied for. I think everybody will be on the same page.
It's that wing on the right
Yeah.
of that one. Yes.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Oh, thank you, Diane.
I will go and I have no problem with it. And if nobody else had any problem with it, I would motion to accept this as submitted.
Go
Aye.
Diane.
Okay, Val, I heard you.
No, I think it's perfectly acceptable. It was just not, it was unclear without the.
Val, I
Yeah,
think that's pronounced aye.
I.
Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Oh, was that a? Okay.
That's a pass.
Okay,
on.
I just had one question. What's that line down on the right? What is that, like corner board there? What is that?
Oh, well, there's
There's
a little porch.
porch.
Oh, that's a porch. Okay.
Yeah, and there's just the 2 columns on, so you're not getting wet when you're going into the bathroom.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay, I guess that passes and I think you're all set, Bill.
Yes. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Bill.
Good luck with your next 100.
Ah.
It's actually like 123.
All right, Madam
Okay,
Chair,
okay,
we do have
okay.
emeritus applications and Matt is here.
Okay.
Holly will get those pulled up momentarily.
Ooh, fun. Are you putting on an awning?
No, no, this is the photograph of the structure in the 1880s in its earliest incarnation. The building was moved back off Orange Street around the turn of the century, 1900. So shall I start, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so those first photographs actually show the building in its original form, and it was like literally right up on Orange Street. It had a fairly different roof system, but around, and you can see this is demonstrated in the Sanborn maps, it was moved around 1900 back off the street, and it was the roof lines were changed, and it looks very much the way that you see it today on Orange Street. So it might be worth looking at some of those existing. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yep. It's at 1906, I think, that Sanborn map. So that is pretty much where the structure is today. And you can see it from the street. It's we're not proposing to make any significant changes to the existing facade. Most of the work is relegated to the back of the building. And so I think probably the best sheet to go to is A2.2, which is the back of the building. So you'll see the existing east elevation is below it. And we're basically looking to do a few things. Probably starting on the second floor is replace some windows and doors like kind. Those are called out on the second floor. The existing second floor railing and deck itself really needs to be basically rebuilt. It's got a really significant slope to it. It's in pretty, it's kind of, it's in bad shape. There's a couple of areas where there's significant rot. And so we do have to, fix the structural system and then rebuild it like kind, with the exception of the existing railing and baluster detail does not meet the current building code in terms of guardrail specifications, if you will. So what we've done is basically kept the crossbuck, but then inlaid some additional balusters that run vertically and horizontally so that it does meet the current building code. And so if you zoom in, you can kind of see the detail. Thank you. I don't know if that's Holly or Kadeem, but thank you. So anyways, you can kind of see how we're dealing with that. We want to rebuild it essentially exactly the way it is today, but then make it code compliant. The other change is on the first floor, the fenestration and that center portion of the on the first floor. You can see the existing condition has a set of French doors, and they're they're not divided lights at all. It's a set of French doors, and then it's flanked by essentially, two larger picture units to the left and to the right. They do have a horizontal cross member at roughly 36 inches above the floor. And our proposal is to almost do the inverse. Instead of a double set of French doors in the center, we wanted to put a French door on the left side and the right side, and then just have a very simple 3 picture units right in the middle of the structure. We did include photographs of the structure. And one of the things we tried to do is to see if there was any visibility from Union Street. And yeah, thank you. That's perfect. That was a great shot. Just about what the visibility might be, if any. And I just think it's, so you can see portions of it. But as far as the visibility of those windows, I just don't think they're highly visible. I think also the fact that there's an existing, single pane French doors. We're essentially taking some of the existing components and just reassembling them, but I think in a little bit cleaner way. The other element is we are looking to change the chimney color to natural. There are photographs that show the building in its earlier incarnation after it was moved off of Orange Street. And it does appear that they were natural at one point. Now, granted, that is a colored postcard, but I think that if you, I would stand to reason that it was colored that because it was a natural chimney. Also, the photograph just beneath this is a black and white from not too, they're around the same period. And clearly they're not painted in that photograph. So hopefully that's not a big issue. The last thing I would, well, two things. On the north elevation, it's a fairly minor change. We wanted to just shift the kitchen door. It's on the side of the building. It's not very visible. It's behind a lot of vegetation. We just want to shift it over and center it in under that small portico, if you will, and change the door style. Also add a set of steps on the left side of the north elevation. So just for access, because you can't currently access that front of the property. So this wanted to add that. Again, visibility, I think there is very, very minimal. One final thing I wanted to point out was in working through this with the contractor, we looked at the lower deck on the, if we could go back to a sheet A 2.2 east elevation. This lower deck skirting here, there's some significant rot underneath there. We're going to try to keep a lot of the existing framing if we can, but there are portions of this. This was not clouded. We did not put it as part of our scope. By the time of the application, we didn't think we were going to have to do much to it. But in working with the engineer and the contractor, we realized that we are going to have to replace. Most of the work will be done in terms of that's not visible. It's behind the skirting, but it may require us to remove that skirting. And so we just wanted to, we can cloud that, just put that out there that we are going to have to remove some of that skirting and replace it exactly the way it is. But there is some structural work we need to do to that rear deck. So I think I covered everything, Madam Chair. Thank you. That's all I have.
Nice, Matt. Holly?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So as you may be aware, this is a contributing structure. This is from 1827. It was built by John Beard Nicholson, a house right in Nantucket. Actually, there's quite a few houses that he built. And thank you, Matt, for always providing the historic photos and Sanborn maps when you can find them. So I appreciate that. Obviously, there is an HDC survey as well. HSAB did take a look at this September 27th. They said that they would like to see existing bricks on the chimneys reused. They would prefer to keep the French doors centered in the east elevation and use true divided lights as would have been used on the original building. From staff's perspective, I would highly recommend keeping the chimney color whitewash as it is with no change. It really points back to that 1830s timeframe. The new fenestration on the rear is not appropriate on the east elevation and should be kept as seen in that circa 1910 photo. On the north, the new staircase works with the architecture. I was questioning on what the age of the existing off-center side door is over here. Actually, sorry, down here, as well as keeping the makes sense to center it up, but keeping the door as is. That actually emulates that time frame. It seems, not having such a large pane, but understanding the proposal. And the 1910 photo is from Union Street looking up. I do concur with Matt on the visibility from that. If you actually look up now from Union Street, which I'm not going to be able to get to, looks like it's all blacked out. But right now that there are two infill structures, I think it's 23A and 23B Union Street looking up, and that photo really shows what is viewed. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. It's an exciting project. Would anybody like to go first?
I will.
Oh, great. Thank you, Val.
Sure. I think that the proposal, as I see it, is okay. I understand what Holly's saying about the doors on the first floor of the east, but I don't think they're visible given the infill structures and the porch. I appreciate trying to keep the crossbox. That's a hard challenge. And I think what you're proposing is a good compromise. And given the fact that the chimneys were probably not painted for a while, I'm okay with that as well. So I think the proposal is okay.
Oh, great, Val. Thank you. Stephen? Or Carrie?
I agree, except I do think you should have muntins in the doors and big glass panels just for consistency's sake. I think it is too much of a modern element on this building, and I would appreciate having the crossbars. And then the other thing is I'm fine with the brick chimneys. I'm wondering though, I noticed the skirt is gray in the photographs that you need to replace boards. Are you keeping the same color scheme as the existing?
Yeah, we would. That was the plan.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with all of it. I think you've done sensitive work.
Great, thank you.
Team effort,
Diane?
for sure.
Yeah. Matt, on the chimneys, the painted chimneys, are they white all the way up or are they white with a black top?
I believe they're white all the way up. I do think there's a little bit of color at the very, very top. I'd have to look at the photograph again.
Yeah, I didn't see it and it wiped me out. The white with the black top was for the Revolutionary War, and Tories
Right.
painted the chimneys white with a black top. So
Right.
that might want to be continued as it dates what the building was. I think you've done a very good job. I think
Yep.
it's, I live on Union Street below it, and it is seen as you drive by, but there's enough confusion of other buildings that it does not become a focus point to
Mhm.
look up at it. So what you're drawing is there is about what you would see, and there's no way you could see what the doors are inside that.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they're very visible either.
Yeah. So I think that it's a good job. It's just I wasn't sure what you were going to keep about the chimneys, and I'd like to see the mullions put back down on the first floor in those three-wheel windows, but I'm not sure that we'd ever see them from somewhere else. So going along with that in mind, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Sounds like you got a few mixed bag reviews. I prefer the white chimneys with the black top. I think they're, I like that history. I think that's really great. It would be great to keep that. I'm not so concerned about the back. So what would we like to do with this? It's not terribly
I have some
off,
comments,
but
Madam Chair.
Steve, what did you say?
I have some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I did you. Sorry.
You called me. I was having microphone problems. I think it's the solar
Okay. Please,
solar storm.
please.
So I agree with Carrie. I agree with you. I have a question. If we could scroll to the images. Actually, I have a comment. I have two comments. The one's labeled 1910. Oh, am I looking at different images than you guys have?
There we go, 1910.
That's when it's way back.
Yeah, those. So the one on the top, I mean, just a magnificent, magnificent view. And then if you just go up one more to the picture. Yeah, the one that's 1880s. Could you knock it up 3 clicks to those kids? I got a text. Someone was asking me if one of those guys was John McLaughlin.
Oh, come on.
Johnny, are you there? Okay, thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
They'll get you. They'll get you.
I know.
So what would we like to do with this? It sounds like we could almost pass it, but there are just a few. Do we want to hold for?
Can they be done?
No, I think we should make some kind of a motion. We shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I could just say the brick, I do think the brick was painted at a later date, clearly after, early 1900s. And I think that the adding divided lights, the only thing we really kept it that way because the existing condition is that way. And I did think that it at least was authentic in terms of told a story that this portion was changed at a certain period. And again, it's not really visible, but really, not painting the chimneys, I think, is a good thing. Painting them is kind of problematic. We want to kind of keep them in great shape for the next 100 years. So that's a big driver for us. But with that, I'll take any motion the board would throw our way.
Yeah, I think we're working on it. Did anybody come up with one?
I'll try.
Yeah, please.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, no changes?
No.
No. Okay. All right, let's try it. Diane.
What's that, ladies? The condition of the chimneys?
I like them as natural, which is what they would have been originally. So that's part of my motion, like as submitted.
Okay, I'll go with that. I like the painted with the Tory top. But
yeah, I thought that was cool too. Stephen, on Val's motion?
Yes.
Yeah, so Carrie?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And yeah, I'm okay as well. Did I get everybody? That's Val's motion. And yeah, so that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that's your percentage of the night, Matt.
Oh, yeah. That's the success. That's all the success I get. Okay, with your permission, Madam Chair, I could just jump into this one too.
Jump away.
Jump away. All right, so this is a, just want to make sure, yeah, Horchow. So this is a project you've already approved. This was a renovation of an existing structure. We added the sunset porch on the left, but basically kept the house in its original form. We did an addition on the right side here, utilizing the hip, so it kind of blends in pretty well. So a couple of minor things. We did want to add a door that leads out to this sunset porch, which is a 1-story element off the left side of the building. We made some changes to the trim. We went from 1x8 to a 1x6 on the dormer. Just the 1x8 just looked a little bulky, so we wanted to switch that to a 1x6. We added an outdoor shower, which is on the right side of the south elevation. If we shifted to actually drawing 2 on this sheet, if we zoom in, you can see that the outdoor shower we're looking to add. We also are looking to add a we did when we did do the addition, we did put a full basement underneath it for storage, and so we wanted to have an access door. You can see it in the east elevation. I don't think it's going to be visible from anywhere because it is essentially below grade. So that's a change there. On sheet A 2.2, again, the dormer, the fascia dimension we reduced. It was just looking like heavy. And then on the west elevation, we added a guardrail just because the existing grade drops off so significantly. There's some wetlands that are adjacent, and we're trying to just, we're not looking to do any significant fill. So the grade does drop off, and on that side, we do need to provide a guardrail. And then the last is just the dormers, the side profile of the shed dormers, which are 1x6 rakes as opposed to 1x8s. Those are the changes, Madam Chair.
Nice, Matt. Looks good. So let's hear from the board. Diane. Oh. Stephen.
I'm here.
Okay, Diane, could you?
Yeah, I was going to say, looking at this, reviewing it and going over it, I have no problem with it. I think it fits it. Nothing stands out as being awful, so I would approve it.
Okay. Carrie.
I agree with Diane. I think these are all fine changes.
Ditto.
Val?
Yup,
Ditto.
Ditto. And Stephen?
in triplicate.
In triplicate, and I'm an okay too. So do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Great, thank you, Val. Passes. Good job, Matt.
Thank you.
Everyone has to say aye.
Yeah,
Aye.
sorry.
There being no dissent, the motion carries unanimously.
Look at that. Madam Chair, I was going to see if we could actually hold this next application. It's for a garage. I think the owner might want to make some changes to it. And so I was going to see if I could just put it on the next old business agenda.
Okay.
Did I hear that motion, Diane?
Yes.
Okay,
A
thank you.
motion to hold for the next old business meeting.
Matt, that you do mean next or 2 weeks from now or next week?
He wanted to go to the next old business.
Yeah, so I guess that would be 2 weeks, Kadeem, yeah. But I guess there's no major rush on it. I just want to make sure the
Nope, actually, next week's meeting is old business. Looks like this was supposed to say new business.
Everything
So
is old and new. So.
Yeah, so
New,
next
I
week,
can't
Tuesday,
tell.
Matt.
Okay, next week's fine.
So on Diane's motion, Stephen
Aye.
and Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and myself, that's a go.
Right, moving along.
I am going to sit off of these, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay, with your permission, Madam Chair, I can start the president. Thank you. Okay, so this is, you familiar with this project 31 Fairgrounds Road? So these are the last two buildings. You've approved all the other ones. So these are buildings 4 and 5. These two buildings are actually the accessible units. So we've actually, we're applying to the AAB for a variance. We've taken a little bit of a different approach where we're providing 2 first floor fully accessible units. And so it was a little bit of a challenge to both meet the design criteria and working with the existing framework of the structures that we're using, which are modular, et cetera, et cetera. So you'll see that there's an accessible ramp on the front of this building. One thing I thought about after we had submitted this, you may want to start, I think these are the reductions. You may want to start with a floor plan, maybe, just so I can show you where this ramp is. So this is a 1 in 12 ramp, and you can see that on the left side. So just to reiterate too, to familiarize everybody with the way that we've been presenting these buildings, they're essentially 2 structures, and they're connected by a breezeway in the middle. We are submitting them to the HTC, and the board has separate structures, but you can see in the floor plan here, you've got the right side, which is building 5, the left side is building 4, which is what you're reviewing right now. On the front side of building 4, you'll see that there's a 1 in 12 ramp that sits in front of the building. One thought that I did have that we've done before where we can hide the ramp a little bit is actually extend the porch roof over the full distance of the ramp. And so it basically just looks like a deeper porch, if you will. We would still have to figure out, we'd still probably have some visible railings, graspable handrails on both sides. But anyways, other than that, the building is intended to be fairly simple, straightforward, somewhat benign. The board has, you actually approved the barn structure, the farmhouse structure, and what we're calling like the stable structures. And so the intent here is that these other remaining buildings read as like infills, if you will. And so we tried to keep them fairly simple. So it's 2/2s. We've got a 10 pitch roof, 6 pitch dormers, and it's pretty straightforward. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Very nice, Matt. Who would like to go for, oh, do we have, Holly, do you comment on this, or is this outside your, I don't think we're going to hear from Holly on this. Would anybody like to comment?
Can we see the other elevations?
Board members, as you want me to move them, you just tell me what you want and I will do so, please.
Let's just see all the
There's also some 3D views per sheet on the larger format sheets.
Matt, do we have any, you have a ramp going up the front. Are we not
Yes.
supposed to have two getting out if there's a fire?
There are two means of egress. The second means of egress is as long as there's an area of refuge, it facilitates the accessibility requirement and the building code requirement. We did actually have a review with the local Commission on Disability, which is a precursor to the Architectural Access Board in Boston. One request that they had was that all decks, both the connector breezeways or the front decks, are actually flush decks, so that even that these two units are specifically dedicated to, and they're fully accessible, a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom, that the other portions of the development are also accessible with thresholds that are flush in the event that somebody, mobility issues become an issue for everybody, bad hips, bad knees. And so the idea being that a lot of these other units, if necessary, on the first floor could be, you could add a ramp if need be, and that all the decks are flush.
Okay,
That's
it's
probably
just
too much information, but
that I have to use a wheelchair or
Yeah.
a little electric cart, and
Yep.
getting into some places one thing, getting out of it again can be more difficult, like the police department, which is not very helpful for those of us who use these things. So I was just wanting to make sure that you can on unnecessary put in a second exit. Thank you.
Yep, there's definitely a second means of egress, 100%.
Thank you, Matt. Stephen.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Matt, I appreciate the complexity of putting these structures together with the requirements you have and keeping the height down, making them attractive buildings, and keeping them while not being the same, having a common vocabulary from structure to structure on the locus. So I think fine job on that. The only lament I have, it's very light, would be that with these both being ADA accessible, that they're not somehow connected on one level, so that the person in unit 4 can yell across for some sugar and then wheel on over and get it from the person in unit 5. But other than that, I see where you have challenges doing something like that. So on the elevations, if we could go, yeah, that's perfect. I really don't have any criticisms over the structures. I don't think that we need to hold to a particular door style. I think giving these a little bit of their own giving them different doors gives them a sense of individuality and a little bit, and I think that's appropriate. The window layout is appropriate. The dormers are appropriate sizes and so on and so forth, including roof pitches and so on. I think my only comment would be with respect to, I know we talked about this before. Can we go to the site plan? And a couple more clicks maybe. Yeah, so I think the only comment I would have is to continue the fencing, the privacy fencing and planning that was planned and previously approved on the west and the southwest border. So I guess over on the left of lot 2 and to the rear of it, I think there was conditions there. So I would want to see that same condition carried across for the sake of consistency for this lot 4 And then for lot 5, which I think is the other building we're viewing. Is that the intention of the applicant still, Matt, or?
It is, and if I could answer that, Madam Chair, through you, is that we have engaged a landscape architect designer. And so we will have a more developed site plan, moving forward. And I'm sure she's going to be before the board with a lot of that information. But that is the intent.
Okay,
but
thank you.
We'll get more specific, which will be helpful.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And so, okay, so Steve, Diane, Carrie.
Yeah, I think these are good looking buildings. I think you've done a great job and everybody can appreciate the handicapped accessibility. So thanks for that.
Tricky,
Yeah,
but
I agree with
thank
that.
you.
Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, excellent, Diane. Thank you. On the motion, Steve. Carrie.
Aye.
Let's see, Diane's in favor of her motion.
You.
Steve, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I've been having mic problems.
Oh, that's okay.
Can I just get a clarification that motion would include the continuation of the privacy fence and plant material?
Absolutely.
Okay, yep, I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so that passes. Thanks, Matt.
Madam Chair,
Oh,
you
who
do
does
have
it?
someone raising their hand. Billy Cassidy seems to have a comment.
Okay. Billy Cassidy.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you very, very much for your support. This has been pretty neat. I think Matt has done an excellent job, and the recent hire that he spoke of will be engaging you specific to Stephen's concerns prior. And again, thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks.
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Okay.
This is Terry.
Terry,
Was
hi.
that motion for both of them, or are you still going to hear building 5?
I
Well, we need to formally review building 5 or formally do it as a separate building, right, Matt?
That's the way that we submitted them. They are separate COAs.
Okay,
Right.
I just wanted to make sure.
I'm still shaking my head both.
What?
Nothing.
Are you commenting
You
on
should
how I
approve it.
No,
roll?
I was teasing. I said, I'm still shaking my head both.
Well, here's building number 5, everyone.
So pretty straightforward. I think it, the renderings, the combined shows that they're intended to be similar details, et cetera, et cetera. So again, just tried to play with the massing schematics. So we have like gable one side, Eve facing the other side. So, but any questions, fire away. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. So I thought I was thinking about the 2 as 1. So I'm already gone, I guess, and I'm fine with it. But let's hear from Diane.
Okay, I just wanted, back in the beginning conversation, you said there was some sort of connection between building 4 and building 5.
Yes. Yeah, that's actually the second floor. It's on the first floor.
Right. Can they get in and out? Can a handicapped person get from building 4 to building 5? Or
They
vice
would
versa?
have to go out the front door, go along the front sidewalk, and then, excuse me,
They
go
would
up.
have, they would have to do that. Well, that's right.
Yeah, there is
What-
a second means of egress for building 4 to that connector platform. But
Yeah.
again, they did ask that all those platforms, really every platform, be flush. So you could go from, one to the other, and so, but you just have to go out the sidewalk and go around.
Okay, in an emergency. I don't see any problem. I think it's I think it has some denomination. I think it's a good building. I think it will fit in with the bunch of buildings that are there, which I was not overpowered with when they first came in. But softened in my view. And I think that they will look good. I have no problem with it.
Oh, thank you, Diane. Stephen,
Yeah, can we go to the zoom in like 5 clicks on the upper right corner of the existing sheet and show the connector between the two buildings?
The upper right reduced one?
Yeah, the upper right corner, yeah, and show the connection between the two buildings.
There it is.
Yeah, I just got a question for Matt. Maybe I misunderstood. Yeah. So Matt, there's an egress door, they're not stacked, but there's one towards the front of the smaller building, one towards the rear of the other building. There shouldn't be any requirement under the code that that can't be a platform with a step off the front and the back, right? I know it's not a code issue, but that would allow these buildings to actually be connected other than down a ramp in the front and around to the other building if it worked with your program under a covered porch.
Depending on what right now the deck correlates to the roof above it. And if I understand what you're saying is that there's no reason why whatever that deck is couldn't be combined or expanded so that it connects to the front decks, which is something.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Does the deck that's there currently extend between the two buildings?
Yes.
Okay, I've misread the elevation. Then I thought that there was a step on the left side, off the right side of the left building from the door, but that is the front porch step.
I think so. And then this left piece here on the left side here.
Yeah. Okay. So there is actually a deck between the two buildings that flushes up with the bottom of the egress doors pretty much.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Other than that, thank you for the clarification. Other than that, my comments stand as with the previous application.
thank you, Stephen. Carrie?
Yeah, I think this looks great.
Me too.
Motion to approve, same language as the prior.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I echo Billy Cassidy's sentiments. Thanks for, the board's participation and helping us navigate the approval process. It's been a pleasure.
You got three more there, Matt.
Yeah, I know. We'll try and go through them quick.
Matt, we may end up using yours as a basis for our multifamily guidelines.
It's I'm happy to talk through it. And again, it's a group effort, a lot of different people involved, and I'm just the lucky one that gets to present them to you. So happy to talk about the ins and outs of it anytime.
Nice. Thanks.
All right. So Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll just jump into this one as well.
Yep, go.
Right. So it's a new dwelling, 7 Massaquit Ave, and it's actually on the other side of Surfside Road. So Massaquit actually continues across Massaquit. So you can kind of see in the locus. It's if you're heading towards Surfside Beach, it's actually on the right side of Surfside. So it's kind of tucked back there and pretty isolated. This is a client that we've worked with before, and tried to keep the design of the structure really simple. It's a white sash, white trim. We went cottage corners, 2/2 windows, and really just tried to keep the massing fairly simple. The ridge height is 27 feet. We've done a number of projects in the area, and we try to keep the height as low as reasonable. The adjacent masses of the structure are probably in the range of like 25, 26 feet. So like I said, it's a little simple, but hopefully that's not a bad thing. So with that, I look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Nice. Can we just scroll through the elevations a little bit, give everybody a peek at what is going on here?
I'll go.
Oh, thank you.
I think simple makes for an easy HDC process. The only thing for me on the front elevation are those 3 little windows on the left. I think they should be separated because it seems like a big massive wall around it, and just, 6 inches between or something would be great.
Okay.
I'll go.
Is that it, Carrie?
Yeah.
Diane, go.
It's just the eave line on both sides of the main gable, I think is long. The houses down on Massaquit, that side of Massaquit, are not big. They're sort of wandering type houses. I'd like to see it. It's at 27 feet. I think Matt said I'd like to see if there's any possibility of reducing at least the addition on the right hand side. I think that in this particular place, that length of eave, which has got to be at least 60 feet, is too big. I'd like to see it brought down in size. Massaquit on the other side is a more well-used street. This side of Massaquit is sort of hither and yon.
It is.
Houses, and I would like to see it a little less imposing.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Could we go back to the locust, please? Yeah, and click right in there, nice and tight. And Matt, thank you. On your site plan, Matt, the in the blue rectangle makes a square. There's the existing structure, and with that firmly planted in the mind's eye, could we please go to the site plan, please? There we go. So Matt, that dashed line, that's the existing structure?
Yes.
Okay, so that even with the house located closer to the street, there's some pretty dense vegetation. I'm okay with it as it is. Thank you. Oh. Is that? Okay. I'm just mumbling. Whoever's next.
Madam Chair.
Abby, you're muted.
Sorry, my dog just barked and it might bark again. Sorry, I meant to say, is Val here?
I am.
Oh, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, I agree with Stephen. I think, it's 27 feet at its highest. And maybe what is giving us sort of a false illusion is that the 2 sides of the main gable almost look like they're the same size, but they're not. They're a little bit off from one another, and we're looking at it on the flat, and sometimes that also lends itself to some misconception. So all in all, I think it's fine. I have a question for Matt. Did the house that's there get approved to be moved off or demoed? I know the garage did.
Yes, it did. Well,
Okay.
I think that's the only structure that's on there. It's actually a 2-car garage with a an apartment above it, but I don't think there's.
Oh,
anything
did they
on the property.
subdivide the lot? Because isn't it all Bob Lang? Like there was a
Yeah.
house and then a,
I don't know his
Yeah.
name, but yeah, this was, it must have been subdivided because this was the only structure on the property and somebody is taking it actually. Yep, so it's being
Okay.
moved, recycled. It's great, great little
I
structure.
know the garage is getting, because I'm helping with that, but okay. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, so I think it's beautifully simple. I like it a lot. I don't know what's the pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve is submitted.
We can try that. Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane.
I abstain from this.
Okay, thank you. And I'm in favor, so that passes.
Thank you. Moving along.
One 174 Cliff Road.
Great. So I can start with your permission, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
All right, so this is, so you've actually approved this structure. It's 174 Cliff Road. It's pretty far back from Cliff Road, and it kind of slopes down a hill, if you will. This was an existing structure. It was a garage that we converted into a guest house. And this is a proposal to add an addition to that guest house. You can see the previous HDC approvals below it. So it's really, we're adding this, the north elevation is probably the I guess what you would see from the driveway if you pulled all the way in, because this structure is set back from the house quite a bit, and it is again down a little bit of a slope there. So basically what it is the owners need extra bedrooms. And so there's a bedroom on the first floor and a bedroom on the second floor. And I'd say most of the addition is visible on the north elevation. So it's pretty straightforward. Try to match all the exterior trim details, window styles, and wanted it to obviously try to complement the existing, roof pitch. That is an existing 12-12. And the building itself is fairly, there's nothing incredibly special about it, but at least we wanted to give it a little bit of presence, if you will, specifically by putting that front door there. In the previous iteration, if you look at the drawing 5, the north elevation that's existing, that door is kind of pinned in that little corner there. So we feel like at least this is giving a little bit more identity to the structure. So look forward to comments from the board, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, me too. So would anybody like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Hey, Matt, I think that the north elevation, not north, can we slide a little bit to the left? Yeah, your north elevation. The little shed roof over the door and that door style, it's cute. This is a chubby, cute house. As a once chubby kid, I think I can say that without being politically incorrect. It's charming, it looks nice, and nice job.
Diane.
I think it is very simple, very easy, and I don't have any problem with it.
Oh dear. Carrie.
I love Stephen's anthropomorphizing the house, trying not to offend it for calling it chubby. Anyways, I think this is a cute little house. It's funny because the design of it seems like it's a much smaller scale, but we know it's actually quite large. So anyways, I think it's successful.
Val, did you go?
No, but I will. I agree with my cohorts. I thought originally maybe I'd like to see more over the front door area rather than the little pop-up roof, perhaps a porch, just to ground it, but that's it.
Okay. So we have liftoff.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Great, thank you, Stephen. Diane.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and myself, aye.
Thank you. One more.
Matt, you should quit while you're ahead. You're
I
on a
know, I
roll.
feel like saying that.
Go to Cumbies and buy lottery tickets.
I know. Well, I'll just I'll start if I could on this one as well, Madam Chair.
Sure.
So this is literally just a studio. It's a one-story studio, a really simple structure. It's an office. It's an office, his and her office, and a gym. Tried to match the roof pitches, trim details, window door style, and again, just try to keep it fairly simple. We don't really want it to compete with the main dwelling. There are a couple of perspectives. We just showed the main house in the background just for reference. And he's got a couple perspectives back there. This shot is actually from behind the house. And the other shot is from the front of the house. And as far as the front door is concerned, we tried a number of different door types, and we wanted this to look almost more of a service structure of sorts. The existing house has those 4 dormers, and this was a renovation. So the main dwelling, for the most part, we improved some of the trim details and we moved the front door, but it's got its own language, and we didn't want this structure to compete stylistically or detail wise. So the trim detail is like fairly simple, and we wanted to have these two showing a sliding doors, kind of almost as if they're shutters, if you will. And the idea was that it would actually make it a bit more informal, so that it had a clear identity in terms of what it was. So yeah, those are some existing shots of the existing house and the guest house in the background.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Diane.
I think it's a very good, simple building. If I see that's it. The skylight was the thing that got me.
There are 2 skylights.
Not both on the front, right?
No.
Okay, because they're only supposed to have one, and they are in the upper corner of the roof. So otherwise, I think it's super simple.
You could lower those if you wanted.
I don't see any thing to change, so I am okay with it.
Oh, great, Diane. Thank you. Stephen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to call this chubby too. Very nice. I think that door's treatment is very successful, Matt.
Great. Yeah, we tried a number of different versions.
Carrie?
Yeah, I've got nothing to add. I think it's great.
Val?
All right, I'm going to be the dissenter. I like the simplicity of it, but I think that it's too big for a studio with a lot that has a house and a second dwelling. I'd like to see perhaps some mitigation in the overall stature of it. And what swayed me on that was the perspective.
Hmm. Can I see the site plan with all the buildings on it, please?
And it's in front of the house, so.
I mean, the one thing I would say is that there is this topography in this lower portion of it. So I could show photographs from the road about its visibility. I do think you'll see the main dwelling, but I feel like this is kind of a secondary piece. We're also somewhat limited in terms of where we can put the structure because of the existing septic system and the wetlands, but all duly noted.
Which way does the gable face towards Cliff Road?
No.
And actually, the eave faces Cliff.
Okay, not the gable.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm okay with that too. It's the gable facing the street that kind of puts me off. It kind of draws attention to it. I think just seeing the roof simple like that, I'm okay with it.
It's higher than the eave lines of the lower roofs on the main house.
By,
No, it's not. It's
by,
not.
by a very small amount if it was.
I think
It's lower.
it's a little bit lower.
It's lower. Come on, motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, sorry. Okay, there's a motion. So Diane on Steve's motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
Val,
No,
and
Oh.
I'm a yes, so that passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks,
You got a
Matt.
bunch of them knocked
Thanks,
out.
Matt.
Thanks for your time and all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
got one more and then we're on to old business.
Madam
and,
Chair,
and
so
I
No.
can't sit on this. It's a customer of mine, so.
This is going to be our last, actually.
Madam
9
Chair, our
o'clock.
agent
That's
is the agent's
that's
actually not here for this application.
Oh,
good.
There's even more good news. Okay.
back of the line.
We do have an abutter here, but yeah, the agent is not here. She was in here earlier. She is not at the moment, so we could hold this for Thursday if you so please.
I make a motion to hold 16 Tashima for Thursday.
Oh, right. Was that the letter we got today?
It was,
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair, 16 Tasham was a letter I sent out to the board just today.
Right, I got that. Okay.
And my next
Madam-
motion is, do we have any
Minutes?
minutes that have to be approved?
Well, I
There
think we need
are-
to vote on that last motion. I just wanted to get a clarification on it. If
Oh,
I
to
turn,
hold 16?
yeah,
I
can
thought-
I get through you, Madam Chair? Is that motion to hold it for the beginning of the meeting on Thursday? I think that would be
Sure.
fair.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm an aye.
Okay, all in favor of Stephen's motion, Val,
I,
Carrie,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
and myself.
Oh, stop video. Madam Chair, I just want to make it clear for the abutter who is in the room that we will be doing this Thursday at 1 o'clock.
Absolutely, that's correct.
All right, thank you very much. I will also let Katie know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we
And- Yes, go ahead, Diane.
approve minutes September 9th, 28th, 30th?
Yes, let's do that. All right, all in favor of Diane's approving the minutes. Stephen,
Can you hold on me for just 1 minute? I want
Sure.
to make sure I don't have.
Diane, Carrie,
I,
Val,
I,
and myself. And maybe Stephen.
Yeah, I'm an aye. I wanted to check my draft folder and see if I had anything for Terry in there.
Okay, thank you for that. And do I hear a motion for the ever?
So moved. Adjourn.
Okay, there it is. Motion to adjourn from Stephen. That would be Diane.
Aye.
All right, Carrie,
I.
Val,
I.
and myself, and Steve on his motion. Yes.
Aye, and thank you, Madam Chair. Nice job.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Good night.
Night, night.
Stephen, before you leave, just a message
Night,
for
all.
everyone on the board. Tomorrow is the appeal for 38 Prospect Street at Select Board. I will be there to, represent the board and our decision on that. I believe that Ray will be there as well, and Holly will be there. Also, you guys are more than welcome to join. It is on the Select Board agenda.
38.
Thanks,
Prospect.
Kadeem.
Yep,
Thanks for the
38
heads
Prospect
up.
Street. All right, thank you all so much. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thanks,
Night.
Nadine.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you.